Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, welcome to Wednesday night and some extra sauce where we got a bunch covered for you. And we are definitely into the Bears part of the season, man. I think the summer is just when the summer is about to wind down and wane and the Bears are in the building and hot ass July. And yeah, man, it's fun. Just knowing they're out there. I've seen a couple little clips here and there. They're just throwing the ball around, going through reps. Sound like it wasn't too much of a practice today. They just went through some stuff they probably was talking about in the classroom, got out there, did their thing. But that part, we'll get to that when we get to it. I heard some interesting nuggets, which I will bring up. And I'm sorry about that noise out there. I got my window open. Heard some interesting nuggets, some stuff that we've been talking about kind of all off season and wondering about. The day before I heard Ben Johnson put some clarity to some stuff. I heard Ryan Poles put some clarity to some stuff. And the day I got to hear Dennis Allen put some clarity on some stuff. And we're going to talk about all that tonight when we get on the section for the Bears, man. We got a lot to cover, a lot of ground to talk about. We got a little food. We got a chef in the building that's waiting to come right after me and Kez kick the Bobos real quick. We got food. We got a drink or two to talk about tonight, a couple of movies, album to talk about, man. We got a full show for you guys, man. It's going to be very entertaining. So just buckle on in and let me pass this rock on over to Canada. I'm going to throw him a bounce pass. I feel lazy today.
Oh, had that spin on that one. Look, it's Wednesday. What it do? Time for some extra sauce. Y'all good to see y'all. I hate the fact that he kind of brought up the fact that this thing is winding down. This summer thing, I only get a couple months of it a year. It's mostly just freezing bloody cold and me complaining about how freezing bloody cold it is. But he's right. I wish I could say he's lying. It's been raining for the last couple of days where I'm at. And I was outside just kicking it for a minute. I was like, man, this summer thing's already winding down. We jumping right into fall. So I'm a fall baby. I ain't complaining. But all fall means is that eventually at some point, it's going to be winter again. Anyways, on more positive stuff, there's Bear stuff all over the place. People are talking. People are excited. Other people are in denial and angry and disdainful. All I know is football's coming back, and at least we got a football conversation to be had. So I'm pretty hype and happy about the whole situation. Hopefully you are too. We'll get right up into all of that. But yeah, man, there's a man with a red hat at some point that we're going to get to, and he's going to do some fantastic things for us, as he always does. So one more again, welcome in, welcome home. Time for some extra sauce.
Let me tell you, this week, as I told you guys, my girlfriend's vacation started Friday, man. We've been having a good time, man, just relaxing in between me going to do stuff and taking care of some work. In between that and getting home and, in between doing stuff for the shows, we've been having a pretty good time, man. We saw some real good movies, man. Getting into a series just now, man, called Paradise. I don't know if you guys heard of that on Hulu, but that is she swears that the season before was better than this season, but I disagree. This is you haven't checked that out, you probably want to look at that. Anybody in the chat listening to my voice, man, if you haven't checked out Paradise on Hulu, it's worth a look-see, especially if you like let's just say thrillers, shows that take you for a twist and a turn. And the kind of genre it is like this season is like a massive EMP. I'll just say that. And it's kind of centered around the president and his cabinet or her cabinet. I can't remember if it's him or her. and Secret Service members and how they operate in and around that. I'm telling you, if you like that kind of thing, this is the show for you. You muted, kids.
Damn it. Under normal pretenses, I might say I don't like it, but it reminded me, your description that reminded me of a show that I didn't think I would like and wound up loving and watched every episode all the way through to the end. And that's 24. At some point in the series 24, they had something very similar go down with an EMP and shut everything down, and good old 24-hour Jack Bauer had to go and do all kinds of madness. Loved it. Big ups to Juju, Liberty, and the Kings with us, and Corny Squaws. Good.
What up, man?
But did you ever watch? You ever get into 24?
I've seen an episode or two.
Oh no!
Me and my girlfriend, we bounce around on so many different things, man. It's trying to get us drilled down into and finishing something. I know 24 has been out there for what, a decade?
Oh, it's probably longer than that. It might even be 20 years now. But it was dope. It's all get out, man. It was just, and it was one of them things where I was like, I don't even really, I don't really want to get in. You know what? 24 is like the show that that turned me on to TV again. So I'd kind of stopped watching TV for a few years and really got into the movie thing, and I was becoming a real legit movie buff. Like at that point I'd basically seen like every movie of note, and then I was chilling at home, and very similar, like somebody blessed me with the first season on like just a rip DVD, and it was like, here, man, I think you're gonna love this. And I was like, huh? I don't know. And yeah, Jack Bauer's not in 24 hours, man. You don't need no charger. You know what I'm saying? It's just soul powered, that shit. But anyways, I was chilling, and I'll never forget. I was just watching. I threw this thing on. I was eating dinner, enjoying some ribs at the time. And man, as this first episode went down, I was like, yo, this is pretty powerful. And I powered through the first 4 episodes in 4 hours flat. I was like, yo, this show is wild, man. And I had to go all the way through that whole season. I burned through that season in maybe 2 days. Like I just killed it on a weekend, unalived it. And man, after that, I was in. I had to see all the stuff that was going down, and it was probably 4 or 5 seasons in at that point. So I watched all 5 seasons and then caught right up to where they were and watched the last couple seasons, after the fact. But dope show, real dope, but similar. Just the premise that you put down, the exact same thing happens in a major way. To be honest with you, I think it happens twice. I think it happens 2 times in the series, but something very similar. And you have to go down and figure out, what the president is going to do. I think the president might even get bumped off. Might have gotten bumped off after the EMP.
Don't tell him too much now.
I'm just saying, there's presidents get bumped off in 24. Like that's like a Wednesday. You know what I mean? It's a wild series, man. It's a wild series, but it's pretty cool, man. I didn't think I would be into all that, like, government FBI type subterfuge. I'm down. Like I really enjoyed the series.
Me either. I'm the same way. I'm like, yeah, I ain't with that. And one day we just decided, and watching it with my girlfriend, she's kind of nervy and gets nerved up, and she gets into it. And it's like she looks like she's emotionally hurting fucking cats or something, or trying to hurt cats. I mean, I'm just like, it does take you for a lot of twists and turns. It's always got a got you moment.
Who stars in it, man? Do you know?
I can't remember the guy's name.
Not
it's a
sure.
black guy. It's a black guy. I can't think of his name. But lately, he's a real hot actor right now, man. He's in some of everything. Can't think of it. He might be. He might be. I don't know what he is, man. But yeah, it's a good show. And I thought the same of 24. What little bit I did see of it, I just like that. That can be a real good show.
Oh, it's this cat. Snap. What do I know you from, man? I know this cat from something, and it might, I feel like it's actually 24 in the end.
One of the best shows I've seen in a long time is called The Pit. Last thing before we get the chef up in here is The Pit, man. That is one of those. Yeah, I'll just say that it's a hospital drama, emergency room drama. You if you like that kind of thing, y'all gonna love that show. But yeah, man, let me quit running my mouth, man, because we do have a chef on deck, on duty, ready to fire up a griddle for us and show what he's got going on.
All right, I guess we can do something like this then.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Ah, man, let's bring that guy out here. There he is.
Yo, chef, what up, man?
Hello. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, chef.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips. But for the segment here on some extra sauce, I am that a MFer in the kitchen as well. Welcome to the segment. And on the menu tonight will be whole wheat loaded pancakes. And what are they loaded with, do you ask? Well, I have the answer for you. The loadedness is with some crispy hash brown potatoes, some crispy bacon that we will crumble up, and some breakfast sausage that we will also slice up, and then also some shredded cheese. And so all of that is going into the pancake batter and going into the cakes. And so you customize this as you will, but let's get to the kitchen cam that you go live, and we can get the process going, and we will converse throughout the cooking.
Chef, I don't know if I love you or if I hate you, man. I haven't had pancakes in so long, and this sounds like it's right up Captain Maple Syrup's alley, if you know what I mean.
Well, what we will do here, as you can see here, before we start this firing up, we will utilize our whole wheat flour.
Oh, you're going sift. That's a professional right there.
Well, you have to put some aeration into the flour.
Gonna need a gallon of OJ to wash all that down, chef, but I'll give it a try. You know what I'm saying, Paul? I'm so with you, Paul. Man.
What did the Paul say?
Paul's saying you need to bless us. You need to bless yourself as well as all of us with some OJ, because that's a requirement.
Oh, I do understand. And now that we have our whole wheat flour in, instead of the blanched and the white devil, because we don't do those here, now we will, instead of the regular salt, we will utilize the stevia sugar. Excuse me, I said salt, but I meant the sugar, and we will utilize some of that here.
So, quick one, chef. So you use sugar in your pancakes? You do?
Yes, the stevia.
Okay.
The sugar substitute.
Okay.
Do you not?
No, I tend not to, because I get enough sweet from the, that Canadian gold. You know what I mean? So, I ixnay on the sugar nay.
Right on.
So, chef, soon as your segment came on, my girlfriend be cheating on me with you. She loves this segment right here.
Well, don't ask, don't tell, and it's not cheating if no one knows. So we don't know, and we won't tell. And so now we will add the salt, and I welcome everyone into the MF in the kitchen, into the kitchen here, and I hope that I am encouraging you to try some of these recipes in your kitchen. And so now we will use our baking soda. So we do that here, and then we do quarter they do there, and we put another one into there like that. And then for our last of the almost of our last of the dry ingredients is the baking powder.
I don't think I've ever made pancakes from scratch ever in my life.
Are you for real?
Never.
Wow.
Well,
So-
this is something that you have to try. And remember that if you do try the stuffed or the pancakes with the fillings in them, you could always use fruits and of whatever variety that your garden may offer.
Damn, King Book, I can't even repeat that one.
And so now for our final, we will top it off with a little bit of cinnamon.
Okay, yeah, you went real with it though.
Nutmeg.
And so now we will put a little
Ooh.
aeration into our dry ingredients and shake them into our bowl here.
So what's just for like the layman, what's the purpose of the sift, the aeration? Like, what does that really do?
See all them knots that came up?
Yeah.
That's why.
So now these are not in your mix. So you don't have the crunchy crunchies. Now what you do if you do have the crunchy crunchies and you don't have a sifter, use the back of the spoon and just smush them down.
Yeah, that's what I always do too.
My girlfriend says also it helps make the pancake more fluffy when you sift it out a little bit.
That's what I thought he was
that's
gonna
that's
say.
that's what I was getting to. But the aeration makes help the fluffiness.
Okay.
And that is very, very true.
It's funny. As a kid, I never learned to do that. We used to make pancakes from scratch all the time. Like my mom makes a badass pancake though. But as an adult, when I kind of learned how to do it myself, I started doing the sift. I also make waffles, man, from scratch. Woo, my waffles is crazy, bro.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, so now these are all of our dry ingredients. Let's put those to the side for 1 second. And then here, you can utilize buttermilk or regular milk. But if you do not have buttermilk, you can use regular milk. But I used a almond milk or a nut milk, and you mix 1 cup of milk with a tablespoon of vinegar, and then you let that sit, and it will replicate or replace a healthier version of buttermilk.
Outside of the bedroom, I've never heard the term nut milk more than on this particular on this particular part of the show.
7.
Huh. Nuts milk in the bedroom. I wonder what that could be.
I don't know.
So we will add a little bit of vanilla.
Hey, you know what, Chef? I wonder what would happen if you didn't have milk of any kind and all you had in there was heavy cream or something.
You know what? I would substitute. I have substituted it with heavy cream. I've also substituted it with water. Would you believe it? But butter must be used. I'd melt down butter and put that in there.
Well, these yes, you can use heavy cream, any kind of the dairy varieties.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I got a shell into there.
Chef gone fishing.
But there's no problem because it's right there. So we get the rest of those in there.
Those brown eggs are a little crumblier, ain't they?
Some things happen.
The white
egg. It won't come out. There we go. It refused to leave its little shell. Poor little chickie. Now, somebody just mentioned of the butter.
Yeah,
and of the butter, we melt it a little bit so it is melted.
Okay.
Put that in there as well.
Oh,
we're gonna give this a good mix.
Oh, you didn't. This is not your first rodeo.
No, he knows what he's doing, man. Once he got into the vanilla, I knew it was legit.
Now that we have the wet, and we now do like sometimes in the bedroom when the partners are together, and now they are two, but they become one. And we don't want to mix it up too much. We just want to make sure that all of the flour is being no plumpies and absorbed. So we just want to get them wet. Get your mind out of the gutter.
My mind.
Yeah, we seven over here tonight, Chef. I'm telling you right now.
Jeez.
And so now we're not mixing. We are just basically pushing down the flour into the wetness. And we're not going to give it a mix because the mix will take away some of the airiness that we put in.
Okay.
So now that we have this absorbing, we will start to add our infusions ingredients.
Oh, you going okay, bro? You're going full on Amsterdam style with it, bro. The Dutch.
When he said infusion, my mind went somewhere.
I do not have a budget for the THC cooking, but if we did do that, we could do that as well. Make some beautiful can of butter, and then beautiful ingredients utilizing that butter as well. But this is not that kind of party.
Okay.
All right, so now that we have that there, we will bring over.
That would have been dope, though, Chef. That would have been dope. You had a little, green butter, green oil. That would have been a very special episode of IMF in the kitchen. It'd be a high.
It would have been indeed. And so now, these accoutrements I prepared earlier in the day, as not to have them cooking right now. If it was a time during the summer, maybe, but camp has started and there are other business for you all to discuss. So we can pre-bake this a little bit at a time. And so now we're going to crunch up our little bacon in there. And I tried my bestest not to eat all of the bacon earlier, which, as you can see, I was successful at.
Slightly.
And now that we have the crispy hash browns, you can make yours a little less crispy, or you can omit them. And the beautiful thing about the infusion is you can put whatever ingredients you want in, fruity, meaty, or whatever's.
Yeah, man.
Look like we're heading towards a pancake casserole.
Nah. You'll see how this will turn out. This is gonna turn out like it's gonna turn out dope, but like you would have to take I wish you could taste it, because the way that it's gonna, especially with the sausage and the bacon, for some reason, I'm no scientist, but for some reason, sausage, bacon, and maple syrup are a beautiful combination. It's the weirdest.
I told you how I found out about it. Playing Madden with my homeboy all hours of the night and morning. And his girlfriend came in there going crazy. He was just like, man, chill out. Just stick around, man. She gonna make us something to eat. And she sure did. And that's the first time I had that combination. I was just
It is a beautiful menage a trois. And that is more love and nut making, but in a threesome capacities.
Interesting.
Oh Lord.
I'm sorry.
Now
I opened this can of worms, man. We gonna be here.
I'm so glad she don't know this show exists, man, because she the type that'll go slap ass off too.
And so now that we have our bacon, we can put some more in there because it's all going in, but you want to add it in slowly so it does not clump up or is in one big areas. So you spread it out gingerly and evenly, but still being careful not to beat up the batter. Like sometimes when you have to beat it up because she did something right and you're rewarding her.
Hey, am I the only one that, you know, you go over Granny's crib and she make breakfast for all the kids and grandkids, and it's a few sausages and bacon left over that's been sitting on the stove all day? You still go in there and eat it.
Those are the most delicious of the meats.
So damn true, bro.
Just eat it.
And so, as you can see, excuse my fingers, they are clean. But you could cut them up, but I just prefer we just rip the pieces apart. And they could be different sizes, so when you eat them, they are chunky, but different size chunkiness. And because of the variety, as the cats were saying, that all mixed up in there is just a beautiful, good combination. Mm-hmm. And then we get the rest of our hash browns in there as well.
Hey, better not nobody waste it. I know that, Booker. Ain't better not nobody waste that leftover sausage and bacon, man. I will eat it the next day.
You damn straight, bro. No question.
And so now that we will press this in, and we want to make sure that all of the dough is moist and wet, not the dough, the flour, the ingredients, and that all of the additional infused ingredients are in there as well. So we fold them over gently a few times, and we can see that they are now all incorporated. And so we have a beautiful pancake batter. Now, as the kids were saying, you can do something like this for waffles as well.
Yes, sir.
And so now we will start to heat up our skillet. And we want to, let's see, 375 degrees.
Oh,
that
man.
Is medium high.
Scrolls is being Scrolls, man. He said you be cooking for them big broads.
I couldn't even, man. Oh, too funny.
Well, the Red Baron knows the deal. Because there are plenty of times where he had Miss Wright now, but not Miss Wright.
Hey, I'll take that ham sandwich any day of the week, man. Especially when it gets cold outside.
It's a good sandwich.
Yes, it is.
And so now you see the thickness of our batter there. And so now we want to make sure that the griddle surface is hot when we put them in. So it is heating up now.
King Booker, the first time I ever saw it, I was dating this girl, man, and she had 2 kids, and they loved it. They loved water on their cereal. It wasn't even a thing. They didn't even know any different. And it's just like how you present it. If you never put milk on it, them kids won't even know until they catch like a commercial. Mama, they put milk on their cereal. It was pretty wild. I'd never seen that before, and I was like, you broke when, but all right.
Now we put a little bit of oil, and then a little bit of butter. Now, if you do not want to use butter, you can substitute with a little bit of coconut oil.
Ooh, Luana.
Okay. That's gonna be a different taste.
It does give it a different taste, and if you like if you lean toward that coconut taste, it's a bit sweeter. I'm not the grandest fan of the coconut flavor, so I prefer butter over oil. Period. But that's just me.
Hey, Chef, show me that brand name of that coconut oil again.
Luana.
One moment.
Luana. Okay, that's what I thought.
All right, so now we got that there, and then we kind of smooth it out so that it is pretty, even, level, and not humped in the middle. And the brand name is Luana.
Okay. I've seen that before. I just never owned it.
No, I gotta
William. I don't know if we picked a mod in a while, man. Maybe we need to do that coming up soon.
Willie Walmart, man. You just wanna bounce folks or what?
Now, something that we did not add was the cheese. Oh well.
Oh,
it will go into the subsequents.
No, you know what, Trip or Chef, just sprinkle it at the top when you're done.
Will do.
There you go.
Or right before you flip it.
Or bread sandwiches with no bread, but yo.
Call it air sandwich. We call it air sandwiches. That's
broke. On keto, it was just lettuce. It was just lettuce sandwiches, no bread. It was they turned out all right. The first one I had, I was real mad, but after a while, you kind of get used to it. It's all right.
I had a romaine lettuce cheeseburger before.
I have them all the time, man. To be honest with you, just lettuce wrap to get away from some of the carbs, some of the bread. But for a minute, that's all I was eating was just, deli meat on lettuce with a couple of condiments, no ketchup, and away you go. It was actually real good.
Wasn't bad.
Get used to it.
Wasn't bad at all. I knew I was missing something, but I wasn't mad. Make me want to eat 2 burgers.
You damn straight. You need at least 2. But it's actually way better for you like that. For me, you're right. I would like easily a double burger in a wrap.
Yeah.
Or else I'm hungry after.
Yeah. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need that extra burger.
Yeah.
That is very true, because now you can actually have the meat and the protein in your body to process, as opposed to all of the carbs.
Yes.
That's gonna be
so now we put the late additional cheese there, and then we'll put some here, and then while that is cooking, we'll just incorporate it more.
Hey Chef, when you bend down and smell that bowl, what's the overwhelming scent you getting?
Probably cinnamon.
Probably cinnamon.
Cinnamon and
bacon.
Vanilla.
Oh,
and vanilla. Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's right then. That
would have been my guess.
That's gonna really taste like a pancake.
Yeah. See, Chef, I'm all about the consistency, man. I want it to be a little bit watery, because I kind of like mine a little bit thin and crispy, man. But that's just me. My mama used to make it a lot like this, and they turn out super good. But as an older gentleman, man, I like a little bit thinner and crisp.
This one.
Well, now that you mention it, because of the thickness, when we normally do the pancakes on 375 degrees of a medium high, that is for the thinner of the varieties. Now that we're using thicker, we're going to drop the temperature to about 360 degrees. So that the bottom does not burn as the thickness continues to cook.
It looks like a big cheesy chocolate chip cookie.
Kind of, yeah. And one of the little tricks my mama taught me is like, it's kind of ready to flip when it's bubbly, when you see the air bubbles.
Yes. But as you can see there, because of all of the added ingredients and the thickness of it, it is tougher to see. And because of the whole wheat flour, it is darker and also tougher to see.
Okay.
But they are not plentiful yet, but they are forming along the thinner sides as they cook. So that tells me that the center is still cooking, because the bubbles are starting to rise from the bottom up. And so the time is not in a hurry. It is not a rush. So you do not have to have the temperature high. So if you want to drop it down a few degrees, you can, because eventually it will cook. It is not going anywhere. So it does not have to be a high heat for it to cook.
Scrolls is asking, what is the chef making? I was just like, he's heading towards flapjacks right now. Some big flapjacks.
And speaking of, we want to give a little slide underneath to make sure there's no sticking, and then
Oh,
Bang.
that's a perfect flip, bro.
Yeah, that's a perfect color.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Thank you
perfect,
very much.
perfect color.
And now and that is because we with the digital, you can adjust the temperature very easily. But if not, you have to do it with the dial by the flame.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can see it puffing up nicely because of the baking powder, the baking sodas, and with nice and crispy on the top, even color all the way around.
Chef, that looked like a mix between a salmon croquette,
Okay.
pancake, and a cookie.
Okay. Like the when you said salmon croquette, I know exactly what you're talking
Oh,
about.
you know what that is?
Huh? Who, me?
Yeah.
Anything with a ETTE, I'm
Oh,
familiar with.
Voulez-vous abuser babettois?
C'est,
Accessoire.
I
c'est
definitely
français,
consider
monsieur.
that an American thing, but I never would have guessed that's in Canada.
Croquet, man. It's French, bro.
Mm,
Yeah, man.
that's
And
lineage.
what is it? And they say in the Creole, the voulez-vous let the good times roll.
Say that again.
How do they say in the New Orleans to let the good times roll?
Oh,
There's an expression.
c'est la vie, no?
Hey, Ron.
No. It is Jelu Bon Tom say or Bon Tom. Somebody in the chat help us out. How do they say let the good times roll in the New Orleans?
I don't know.
That's a whole other thing. Don't go saying that. Don't
That's
go
the
saying that
queen
to
of
everybody.
soul.
Don't go saying that to everybody.
And
Hey.
now that the flip does not take as long to finish on the other side.
Hey, Ron, you
So-
came in just too late. He just did the cheese. He just put the cheese on.
So you can see the cheese right
there.
there.
There we go.
And then I don't know about you, but while that is very pretty, I still prefer to
A little bit
put
more
my
crispy, huh?
pancakes on the plate upside down.
Okay.
Because usually where those air holes and air bubbles are allows the syrup and the butter to flow into the side, as opposed to putting them on top where it just rolls off.
Man, I'm curious what this is going to taste like.
I gotta hit some waffles this week before things go the other way, man. I now you done did it, chef.
And then now we're only gonna make two for lack of time and for an order. But so now we increase the heat back up to heat it back up.
So, Ron, there's cheese in there, there's sausage, there's bacon, there's hash browns, everything all in the flapjack.
Oh boy, that butter's so important, man.
The whole breakfast, all
I
in
don't
the
know why.
And this is why we smear it around, because now it can go in all of the little nooks and crannies. And if you want, you can stick your fork in a little bit to just give a little more space for the butter to melt into.
Man, Missy, if you're watching, can you make me some pancakes, man? If you watching, make some pancakes, damn it. I'm so
Don't make me no pancakes, man.
Well, we can just make this one. That's fine. All right, so now that this one is made, here are ready. Now that it is made, we don't need to make a stack for demonstration purposes, but we will go with our grade A maple syrups.
You know, also visually, this also looks like a large English muffin too.
I see what you mean by that. Yeah, okay. I applaud the realness of that maple syrup. That's the real deal. No substitutes, no BS. Straight out the damn tree. That's how you do it, man.
You put the tap right to the bark. And so now that we have the butter, and then we have the maple syrup, let's see what it looks like on the inside. Give it a little cut down the middle there.
Mm.
And so now see up close.
Oh, yeah. You can see the layers in there now.
You see the sausage right there. I see some bacon, and the cheese is there on top. So for the taste test, we need to go to my close-up screen.
I'm going to do that now. No. Hold on. Okay, look.
Hang in there. There you go.
And there he is.
All right, so now that, it fell off the fork, but that's okay.
What's coming through as far as the taste? Probably the sausage and bacon, ain't it? And the syrup.
Need that orange juice stacked. The first thing is the fluffiness of the cakes, and the flavors with the butter and all of the ingredients. You know, all of the flour is cooked out. It is nice and fluffy like a cake. And then there's a crunch of bacon, and then there's sausage, and then there's a little bit of cheese, not as much. And then the hash browns are in there. So there are many different flavors for every bite, and every bite is different, even though they all have the same basic flavors. But there is of course, a natural sweetness to it.
A little bit of salt as well, I bet you.
But it does not taste salty.
No, not salty, but just a little bit of salt.
Well, we did put salt in there, yes.
Mm-hmm. A little savory.
Yeah, and then the savoriness, and then the complement of the maple syrup.
So True Pilgrim is saying substitute turkey bacon and turkey sausage, and I'm with it. He ain't with that pork, I guess. And that's cool. And our boy Ron Winarski says, does it taste like Victory, Chef?
By the way,
it does. It does taste like Victory, and that is what we hope to smell on many of the Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and Saturday game days for the Bears.
By the way, talking about turkey bacon, man, Costco got some of the best turkey bacon in the game. Best turkey bacon in the game. If you're gonna go that route, man, they got some of the best in the game.
You know, it is very distinct flavor when you bite into the breakfast sausage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And it's so meaty and juicy. You know, because the sausage retains all of its moisture on the inside, and so when you bite into it, it is like taking a bite of sausage, except that it's already mixed into the batter of the infused pancakes. And they are loaded. Oh, maybe I should say not infused, but loaded pancakes.
I like it.
Because infused makes, like Nomad said, makes people want to go get the munchies.
Hey, by the way, man, anybody, you ever want to get a breakfast sausage and get something that's going to taste different? If you in the sage breakfast sausage, the Sage Fresh, I think it's either Jimmy, it's Bob Evans. It's Bob Evans. Get Bob Evans Sage Fresh. That's what breakfast sausage is supposed to taste like.
It is very, very distinctive. But I do encourage you to load your pancakes and or waffles with whatever ingredients you have. This could be more of a heavier meat lovers pancake of the loaded varieties. But if you have some blueberries or bananas or strawberries or whatever kind of fruits, you can incorporate them and load them into your pancakes as well. Maybe some chocolate chips with some bananas. So just think of all of the combinations of ingredients, and then if you are with someone else and they have their own request, you can separate the batter very easily, and then add your own individual ingredients. So you can both use the same batter, but then you customize each of the cakes for use on eating pleasure. So you do not all have to eat all of the same.
100%. So this is what they do in the Netherlands. Like I was saying, they do exactly this. This is like if you're going to a coffee shop that's not selling you weed, for lack of a better thing to say, that's what they're serving. They're serving you pancakes that are infused, all kinds of good stuff in there, man.
Now the wheat flour, it does tend to make things a little bit more crumbly if you don't smooth the batter out a little bit more. If you whip the batter out until it's really, really smooth, it comes out kind of smooth. But like if it's kind of dense, like the chef just did, it'll come out a little bit crumbly. But it don't
Well,
bother me.
also with the wheat flour that the Nomad is saying, is that also you will notice that at times the liquids for the wheat flour are a little bit more than they would have been for the double flour. And it's a thicker, denser product. So the flakiness is there, but it is not. There's a word for it that I cannot think of now because all I can think of is menage a trois. But that reduces some of the flakiness, and it is not as light and as airy as the enriched bleached flour. So it is heavier, and so that heaviness makes more crumbly.
What about buckwheat? You ever use buckwheat instead?
Oh, Tay.
Oh, Tay. I lined that one right up for you, but that was awesome. Oh, snap.
Don Berg got his smart mouth ass in here.
So are there any other questions or comments about the loaded pancakes or anything else?
So my girlfriend came back here and she just like, and she's a big I gotta keep my food separated kind of girl. Like like she's totally kind of clockwise to the chef. The chef will throw a 7-course meal into one bowl. And she's I gotta have this over here, I gotta have that over there, I gotta keep it total. You ever met that person?
My daughter's exactly the same way. And I was like, I agree with you, but once maple syrup is involved, all bets are off. I wish I was lying about this, but it's just one of them situations where you're having egg, sausage, and a pancake, and some maple syrup just happened to make its way onto the other items on your plate. Ain't nothing wrong with those other items when it's touching maple syrup. I don't know.
But there are some people that are like that. Some call them neurotic, but they don't like their food to touch.
Yeah.
So it all has to be separated and segregated, and no intermingling of whatsoever of the varieties.
No.
But as Nomad said, I grew up in a household that on the holidays like Thanksgiving and Christmas, and the cookouts and the barbecues, and all the time that there was food involved, that instead of making 3 or 4 or 5 trips to the kitchen or to the buffet, you just put all of that on one plate.
You load it up.
And so it all ends up being piled up because it's all going to end up in the same place anyways. And
Good
so
choice.
as you eat through it, it just makes a flavorful taste explosion in your mouth. Kind of like nut milk, but different.
Oh Lord. Oh no. Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give you a cute little add-on to that. That's how I kind of discovered a dish that I did for my family on Thanksgiving one year. And everybody's supposed to bring a little something. You might have to bring the soda. Somebody might have to bring some beer. Somebody might have to bring some ice. You might have to cook something. One year I had to cook something. So I did the mac and cheese with the holiday ham, with the glazed holiday ham, infused like he just did right there. And everybody was just like, "What's this, man? What you done did to the macaroni and cheese, man? What you doing?" I thought I was gonna have to throw down up in that motherfucker, man. But yeah, it ended up being one of the top dishes. That thing got cleaned out real good, and I just threw some pineapples on top of the mac and cheese, and they didn't know I put a little hot sauce in it and everything. But that was some of the best mac and cheese I ever had. With some cubed up ham and some homemade macaroni and cheese. Probably about 3 or 4 cheeses in that thing. Throw it in the oven, man.
So you made it like Hawaiian pizza,
like Hawaiian macaroni and cheese.
Yeah,
and it was off the chain. Like I ate my own food. I usually make something and I don't want nothing to do with it, but I ate the hell out of that because that's my favorite things for Thanksgiving.
The versatility of the pineapple is to be amazed.
Mm-hmm.
They are good if you grill them. They are good if you bake them. They are good if you roast them. They are totally delicious on top of pork chops. The pizza.
Yeah, bro, he's right.
And they have the natural sweetness about them that gets even more flavorful and deeper, like when they are roasted and cooked.
Yeah, 100%, man. One of my best dishes is a stir fry, sweet and sour stir fry. But pineapples are the star of the dish, man. 100%.
They provide the sweet and the sour.
Boom. Right.
So if there are no more questions and or comments, I will get out of here for this month. Any more questions and or comments?
Well, nah, man, I'm hungry like an MF is really all I got to say. Thanks again, Chef. Appreciate it. And really, Missy, I really hope I hope you're listening because I'm hungry and pancakes would be awesome right now.
Appreciate the ingenuity so much, Chef. That was kind of genius, man. I never would have thought of that.
Well, you look at the ingredients that you have, and it's like, how can we whip something up that is tasty and filling and expense-wise, the 2 cups of flour out of a bag of 5 pounds, however much that is. 4 strips of bacon. You know, a pack of bacon is $6 or something. The breakfast sausages were like $5. The cheese like $3 or so, and then the butter. And so the ingredients are economical for your pocketbooks, and they are customizable for your different dietary restrictions and or requirements, your taste, your allergies, and different taste buds, and the finicky, picky eaters. So we can make it a little bit healthier by substituting out the white devils and utilizing the more natural ingredients or substitutes. And it will not change the profile of the flavor all that much. So I encourage you to try these in your kitchen, and then make sure also to visit my page there that was just redesigned to something whole brand new and different, and I think it looks pretty cool, on sportschicagostyle.com/shaytrips, and you'll see all of the previous video recipes with all of their ingredients and instructions on a different, now easier to print out for yourself layout. So that's at sportschicagostyle.com/shaytrips. And any comments, please send them to Triple R or to the email there at my channel, of which please subscribe at Chef Trips. You can see it there under my name at CHEFTRIPS there on the YouTubes. So thank you very much again for watching, and I look forward to seeing you the last Wednesday of the month on the next month, which is that much closer, and I think is already now into football season, because it's August and the end of August. So I will see you at the end of August for another episode of A MFer in the Kitchen. Bye.
Peace out, Chef. Peace.
Man, you gotta love that guy, man. Except every time he comes in, I'm hungry like you wouldn't believe, and I gotta go get something to eat somehow.
You gotta fight that. And all I know is I hope Triple R don't call him for an order and eat that other pancake, and because Triple R got a show to do.
He gonna fall asleep if he gets into that. If he gets into that, trust me. That's the only reason really why I'm like I really can't do pancakes right now. But like if the missus comes down and knocks on the door and blesses me with some pancakes, I'm not turning her away. It's not happening.
No, she's not gonna make you no pancakes.
You damn straight she ain't making me shit.
I'm
just trying to put it out there into the ether so that maybe pancakes might materialize.
Misty, do not make that man no pancakes.
Make me some pancakes, babe.
Nah. That's not no. I love the chef's background too, by the way. Courtesy of Kids of Canuck here. This is nice, man.
This is
my dream kitchen.
The dope ass kitchen back there though. Even with the shine and all that, it's nice. Got all the stuff.
The big picture window with Chicago in the background, nice island, perfect size for me with the sink in the middle of it. Everything is beautiful. You can even see the towel waving over there on the stove.
Man, I guess somebody got the window open.
Yeah.
I just noticed that myself too.
Very nice, man. Very, very nice work.
Darnell Wright loves pancakes. That's right. We need to get him some paper as well.
But yeah, let me switch everything up right quick, and we'll just talk a little bit and see what time Triple R shows up.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'll switch this out.
I got you.
All right. But yeah, man, this I want you know what? Let's go with the drink right quick. Let's do drinks.
All right.
Hold on, let me pull that up. This is just some summertime stuff. I think very, very simple, very, very easy. Anybody should consider. I mean, tomorrow, or if you like kids and you don't want to turn into Ike Turner and you don't drink wine, you just don't drink this, but you make it for your party, for everybody else. Check this out.
Frozen Sangria Margarita. Ingredients: red wine, lime, squeezed oranges, limeade. That's some badass limeade this weekend too, man.
Did you?
Ice and a blender. You're gonna need a blender to chop all that stuff up, mix it up real nice. Yeah.
What was you doing with limeade this weekend?
I don't know. I was by my sister. She made some. She had some just kicking. Just kicking it in the fridge. I was like, what do you got to drink? And she blessed me with some limeade. And I was like, oh, shoot. I didn't really expect this. This is great. It's pretty good.
I didn't even know that shit existed till about 10, 15 years ago.
Really? She made it from scratch is what she told me. Because like back in the day, you just get it concentrate. You know what I mean? Like limeade and lemonade concentrate was ubiquitous. You get that for like, $1, 50 cents, what have you, right at the grocery store. But she was like, you know what? Like, when was the last time you bought lemonade or limeade from the grocery store? And I was like, you know what? Real talk. Concentrate? It's probably been a decade. And she's like, I can't even find it anymore. So she's like, I was jonesing for some limeade. I had to buy some limes and make it my damn self. I was like, this is some badass limeade. Well done. But
you know what? That's interesting, man. I'm gonna go looking for that now, because I didn't know it really existed until I said 15 years ago. But I still never bought any. No, never. And don't remember seeing it at someone's house. I was at a bar or somebody's party, and I oversaw. I'm like, what is that? It's a limeade. And I'm just like, limeade. I never heard of that. But anyway, man, it's a good tasting stuff. It came in a mixed drink. It was really good. However, this right here, like, picture yourself on vacation, and you at I don't know about you kids, but when I go on vacation, I ain't big on eating a whole lot.
You ever been on a cruise now?
No, I never want to go on a cruise either.
Really? Why?
I cruise.
You're not a water. You don't like
dog. I got so sick.
You get seasick, huh?
I got so sick. I took a cruise from Miami, Fort Lauderdale to the Bahamas, and that little.
Yeah, bro, I did the same cruise.
Oh, dog.
Oh, wait. Mine was from Orlando though. Mine was actually from Orlando.
Well, that's a much longer ride.
Yeah, it was a longer ride.
Never want to be on a cruise again.
Damn.
Cruises ain't all healthy either, man. Too many people, and it's just not right, man. It's just not right. Too many bad things happen, and I ain't talking about like fatal things. I'm just talking about spread of disease and things not being clean, just because the rush and so many people. I hear so many bad stories about cruises, man. I don't know about you, but it makes me never want to get on one.
So I can't argue with what you're saying, because there was some there was some stuff that was a little bit questionable for me, but that seasickness thing does creep up on certain people. Apparently I'm fine with it. The only reason I ask you about the cruise is because on my cruise from Orlando, it was all expenses paid, booze included, and it was just wild debauchery. And when I say that, it was. And there was two kitchens, and those things went 24 hours, bro. So I'm just drunk, fed, and fucking. Like that was my couple of days, man. It was awesome.
I was on a cruise ship in that little trip, and to me it felt like it took 12 hours. It wasn't that long. It wasn't that long, but as blue as I felt on the inside, I was fine when we first took off for about a good hour
or so. Yeah, and then
we must have hit some deeper water and more dips, more ups and downs.
Was it raining?
No, it was beautiful.
Okay.
They had food, drinks, man. I got into all of it, man. Partying on the upper deck, everything, man. Next thing you know, they're just like, "What's wrong with you?" I was just like,
"You're green."
I'm going to the room, Jack. That's all I knew was fine bras up there too.
You tapped out, man. I know what you mean, man, because everything was straight until we were on our way back, and man, so because we're in international waters going to another country, coming through the U.S., if you're coming through the U.S. and then heading to Canada, you have to do all of your incidentals and like customs declaration on the boat. So drunk. So I'm going to do this, but as I'm doing this, they sent a message saying that the boat isn't, like, we're hitting stormy waters. It's going to be stormy for the rest of the night. So I'm like, all right, well, whatever. So I start walking from my cabin, and like, the boat's going like this. So it's like, this is what they call sea legs. You got to get your sea legs. So now I'm like struggling, trying to walk with the waves, and it's a hustle just to get to this little area I got to get to. So eventually I get to this area, and now I'm in a lineup, and I'm standing between some folks, and I look over my shoulder, and this guy goes, "Oh," and I'm like, "Oh no." I look over, and so he starts to blow chunks all over the place. I'm like, this is nasty. So I kind of step away from him, and as I'm stepping away, the dude in front of me catches like a whiff of this guy's stuff, and off he goes. Bro, this whole line starts blowing chunks all over the place. And I'm like, this is crazy. I never seen anything like this in my life. But I was about 4 people back. And what I realized real quick was, like, I can just go to the front of the line and pay while everybody else is dealing with this. So I just skirted up to the front of the line. And the girl, because she's been working on the boat, she's fine with it. I was like, okay, well, you may want to call a janitor, but in the meantime, let me just square up my incidentals and get the F out of here. So
thank you very much. And
I squared up and I bailed. I went back to the room. Real talk, the wife was feeling it too, man. She was in the room puking too, man. It was pretty crazy, man. But
it's
fun
nothing worse than the smell of stomach bile.
No, nothing worse than that. But honest to gosh, like even that didn't bother me. The sea legs didn't bother me. I was fine the whole way through. I had no problems, man.
Dog, this right here, the only thing I would want to add to this, and I wouldn't do it pre-blender because it would just break the ice down a whole lot faster. But some kind of sparkling water or maybe a lemonade, not a lemonade, but a Sprite or something like that would definitely do this motherfucker real good. And it's almost like you're not drinking wine at that point.
I think a sparkling water will be best because it'll just take a little bit of the sweetness out of it, but it would be very nice. This is a nice drink, man. A little bit of sour kick with the lime and the oranges. Oh, hey,
man,
what's happening? What's happening?
You didn't eat that pancake, huh? You ain't go over there and pick up that order.
Nah, I was on the horn there with Chef Trips, and saw that everything went off good, you know, from his remote location there in the kitchen of Shea Trips. But yeah, it's looks good. That looks like something I would definitely eat, the loaded pancake, you know, loaded with all kind of different fun stuff. You know, top it off with definitely maple syrup and not any kind of nut milk.
Man,
you know like red wine, squeeze oranges.
You didn't call the chef for an order, man. I'm just like, oh, he ain't gonna make it if he calls.
Yeah, see, I'm trying to be like Caleb and not eat after 7.
Okay. Is that what that's his thing now? I guess.
Take it down a couple more hours. I don't eat after about 5.
Yeah, he well, then it gets kind of like a long night. You know, and it's like, damn, I can't wait till breakfast. But yeah, he lost 15, 20 pounds. He's leaner. He's growing up. I mean, he is an adult, but you know, these kids, they're growing up, you know, into their man body and weight and stuff. And so yeah, he doesn't eat after 7. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. You know, but yeah, that doesn't always happen on like real life or IRL, as the kids say. But yeah, it's something to strive for.
I tell you what, let's finish talking about this margarita, and we'll swerve. We'll take a little U-turn take a little trip over into the Bears territory before we get into the food again. Is this something you might do a trip? Because I like stuff like this in the summertime, and when it's party time, like let's just say my homies is gonna be here for the weekend. Some of the homies come in town, they're gonna be here for the weekend. Really ain't gonna be. It's gonna be some eating, but some selective eating.
Well, if it's gonna be some frozen sangria margaritas, there better be some tapas being served.
This is like a breakfast drink in my world.
Breakfast tapas.
This is what you eat. This is what you eat for breakfast right here.
Damn.
That's a way to get the day started.
Wow. The funniest part that he's saying that is like me and you are all about like little booze in that coffee type thing. You know what I mean? Like we've been talking about little Baileys or whatever. He's like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
My boy
this is straight up mixed drink.
I'm talking about you got a prepared party weekend. Your boys are in town. Y'all already know how things is gonna go, and you want to get that shit flying off. Right.
Well, if it's planned out like that, you know, you gotta have tapas. You know, because you get, if it's a party, you gotta absorb some of that alcohol. You know, it's morning. You want to get the day started off right. You want to get a little something in that belly for these to wash over, absorb and digest with.
It's just wine, man. Karen drinks.
Well, but that's something that I think the people sleep on the tapas and drinking sangrias, is that it's the little portions. You know, like little miniature tacos or whatever the dish is, but you can eat 2 or 3 of them and not get stuffed or overly full, but it's very sociable. You got to eat something, you're going to be out, for the weekend. So it's like, yeah, we got sangria margaritas and what they going to eat. You got to eat something with it.
That's the whole thing. See, I think I might have this coming mid to late August. This weekend might be coming up, and yeah, I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the one.
Well, here's what you do. Real simple. Since we not getting, in the weeds on it, we can go with just a taco bar. Some grill you up some chicken or some steak or some ground beef, and have them in individual dishes. Get you some sour cream, some salsa, some guac, some chips, some soft things, and just have it kind of like a spread. All the taco bar accoutrements, if you will.
This ain't in my house this time. This is gonna be in a hotel.
Well, that's even better because Tupperware, throw it away or not, because it's very transportable. Because you got to feed them.
All you got is a microwave, a goddamn coffee machine, and a blender if you bring it.
That's all you should. You saw Chef Trips. You got that induction cooktop thing. Those are transportable. Take it with you. Take you a skillet. It's like, hey, you want beef, you want taco, ground turkey, whatever kind of meat you got. Boom, boom. Put them in little individual things, and you got the cooler. I know you got a cooler. Everybody got a cooler. Fill that some bitch up with ice. And, put all your sour cream and your I don't know if you want to mess with lettuce right now. That's kind of sus unless you grow your own or know its lineage where it came from. Your tomatoes and all that stuff. And then so that's cost effective. It's individual geared because people can have whatever they want on their tacos. Or you get you some burrito wraps, so you can have tacos, you can have burritos, you get some hard shell, soft shell, and it's just now it's a whole spread, for less than $75. And so now you can enjoy the rest of the day and the weekend, and ain't nobody like, man, let's order some food, or I got to stop, or I got a headache because we had those breakfast sangria margaritas and no food. So you got to lay it out, you got to spread it out.
So where they usually stay at is if it ain't here, it's at a hotel or as a IHOP, like about 50-yard walk.
Breakfast spot.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
See, now you're going in public alcohol related.
They rowdy in the motherfucker too.
Yeah, that's you might as well just say a Waffle House.
No, ain't no Waffle Houses up here. When last time you seen a Waffle House up north?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't really pay attention.
Nah, ain't none up here.
But I remember, it's very, you can't miss them. Just typed out like Scrabble letters, boards. Waffle House.
Yeah, you probably find the crystals up here before you find a Waffle.
So where's Waffle House in the U.S.?
Mostly southern.
Beyond the Mason-Dixon line in the United States.
Really? Oh, okay.
The dirty South.
That's their favorite place to go, man. I tell you right now, don't go to no damn Waffle House in the South.
So will you find it in Florida?
Yeah, you can find them down there.
Yeah, okay.
Don't go there, especially after like 9, anywhere between 9 p.m. and beyond. Just don't go.
Yeah, because that's bar hours. Because everybody that's been drinking frozen sangria margaritas is rolling up in there hungry.
You get your ass whipped for sure.
There's a Cameron lyric all about this. I'm well prepared, but anyways.
Anyway, this is frozen sangria margarita. I let my girlfriend check this out. She's just like, I would definitely do this. This is something. Matter of fact, my birthday's tomorrow.
Oh damn!
I might hop up.
Like breakfast is on, man. Breakfast in bed.
I don't think we. I think I got everything in the house outside of the limeade. I think we might have a red wine bottle. We might, but I got to double check. But I can whip this shit up first thing in the morning, man, and serve her.
Wake up.
And
you got to go Red Baron on her first. So,
Oh, boy.
Nah, yeah.
Good morning. Happy birthday.
It got to be showers and all that activities going on first. Ain't doing all that. But, yeah. So she's got let me pull this down right quick. So she's been bugging me for 2 weeks about that ribeye she wants. And I started marinating it last night. And yeah, that's what she wants for her birthday, man. That's all she wants. And I'm just like, whew. I know she lying, but That's what she told me.
She's definitely lying, but she do want the ribeye though. Like I'm with her. Real talk. That's kind of all I need, but I may complain afterwards when I don't get nothing else. You know what I mean? I might be honest.
So we supposed to be going to Belize next year.
Oh, nice.
She's a let me just say she's got body parts. She's got bottom and a upper body too, man. She's well endowed. Let's just say that. But she thinks she's too well endowed. She wants to trim down because me and my family are supposed to be going to Belize next year. And she wants in on that. And she wants her body to be a certain way. And so I offered, I was going to make her the loaded baked potato. Any other time she'd be like, oh, fuck yeah. And she's just like, no. I was like, can we split one? She's like, no, I'm not eating it. We're not eating it. Now it's not just me now. She's talking about herself. Now it's we ain't eating that.
I think that's kind of a couple's thing. Is if one of y'all on a diet, both of y'all on a diet.
Oh man, hell no. Shit.
I
do enough of that, man.
I know all about that shit, bro. What are you talking about? I know all about that.
Hey, dog,
one of y'all on keto, y'all both on keto.
So you better
hear these motherfuckers talking about when a girl get pregnant, some dude come out talking about we pregnant. No, fuck, we ain't pregnant.
No, that's different. I ain't never been pregnant.
We ain't on no diet.
I give a rat's ass. But the diet thing is legit, and the only advice I can give you goes a little something like this. Like me and you have had this conversation before, and it's like,
UCA's goddamn all-star.
Well, you can't you can't go out and sort of eat on your own and leave her without any food. You may have to do this. All right. Like I'm just being real. You may have to go get your own stuff to eat because you don't want to be eating regular stuff in front of her. It will piss her off.
Mm-hmm.
Drive crazy, bro.
Dog,
she's making a sacrifice. You got to make a sacrifice.
She will bring up stuff that you didn't even realize happened. just telling you.
That happened the other night with a bag of chips I had.
There you go.
I had some sour cream and cheddar Lay's. Them are the best chips in the game. If you don't know, you don't know.
Okay.
I had a bag of those, and I was eating them. It's not a big bag; it's just a little bag. And you can tell when somebody just looking at you. I was just like, "You want some?" So she said, "Give me one. Just give me one."
One.
That's all you want is one. Just give me one.
Chip.
And I start back eating my shit. And I get down towards the end. I said, "You want some more? You can get some more." She's just like, "No, I'm good." And then I don't know if you ever noticed that when I got done with the bag, I seen her body let out a sigh, and it was a breathe heavy, like it's over.
Yeah. That one, just enough to get the little taste, little flavor, get the little satiation. And then it's like, oh, thank God it's over. Because, she was over there like, he's still eating.
Not just he's still eating. This motherfucker knows I'm on a diet, and he's over there snacking on chips in front of me. Right, what's wrong with this motherfucker? So
it's hey, I give her plenty of opportunities to come and do things with me so she can lose weight faster by sweating a whole lot more, which she did, once a week. But if you want to do that, that's what you want to do. You got to really burn that shit off. You want to slow roll this shit like it's just you don't just leak a couple of ounces off here, a couple of ounces off there. I'm getting pounds off every time I do something. So
yeah, but that's mostly water weight, ain't it? And then you put it back on so you drink.
It's not just water weight for him because he's active, right? He's gonna wash through it. He's gonna burn through it. Obviously, activity and exercise will help her and work as well, but at the same time,
dude, it's like I hate to see people on a diet. Like diet is, keto diet. I think is a real. That's probably the strongest thing I've ever seen as far as somebody trying to maintain some kind of healthy weight, and just it's a good diet. For you spiritually, it's just a lot of stuff it takes away from you that you don't really need. However, some of these other diets, just dieting just because, okay, I want to lose a couple of pounds, I want to drop a couple of calories. Man, you just don't know what to do with the food you eat. You too lazy to burn it. You got to burn the shit. That's what food is for. Energy, nutrients. Get all that in you, and what your body don't use as far as the nutrients go through your waste. Just burn it.
Get no nutrients.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
And you gotta just little things like mentioned before. Don't eat after 7 p.m.
Don't feed them after dark.
As
You
your
know,
metabolism-
well, that changes. You know, daylight savings time and such. And if you don't eat after dark, you know, in the wintertime, if you don't eat by 4:30, you done for the night. So that could be a little difficult. Or some people, like Red Baron is saying, you know, 1 meal a day. You know, within you know, that certain window, you make sure that you eat, or you eat just within a certain, you know, window, you know, from noon till 5 p.m. or whatever. Changes like make sure you drink more water. However much water you drink a night, drink more. You know, before your morning coffee, drink a bottle of water. You know, 2 hours later or an hour later, drink another bottle of water. Just drink a lot of water. And then exercising. And if not exercising at a gym, just walking. You know, nothing strenuous, just to get over 20, over 30 minutes of just walking at a decent pace, you know, will burn. You know, cutting out the sweets, you know, cutting out the cookies, everything in moderation, you know. So sure, you want to cut it out is one thing, or cut back. You know, you want to enjoy stuff, right? It's like, I like cookies. You know, can I eat a fucking cookie? You know, I want to live longer, but I can't enjoy cookies. You know, it's like, have a cookie a month or something. You know, enjoy things, but just don't overdo it. And you just take little changes can add up.
I ate a what do they call avocado, wheat avocado chocolate chip cookie that this woman made in Atlanta.
Sounds different.
These are vegetarian people.
No kidding.
Those
Yeah.
freaks.
Oh, the whole. It was a big, huge party, and there were chefs out there catering all vegetarian food. I got to try like 30 or 40 different things that I never would have imagined. And one of the things that stuck out to me, even though I'm not a sweets eater, was some avocado chocolate chip cookies. And the way that lady made that chocolate chip cookie, you'll be like, oh, I can just forget about these regular cookies everybody's buying from the store. It tasted that good.
Well, yeah, but those are gonna be awful hard to find.
No, you'd have to. Yeah,
Now-
you'd have to learn
now
how to make it.
You got people that's out here selling that. You just got to go on social media and find them. They're out here.
I don't like
They're gonna-
ordering off of social media. That's how people get axe murdered. But you know, that's the thing about the vegetarians or the vegans or whatever. They have, the ones that have been doing it for a while, have put together the different ingredients to make the flavors, and it's like, hey, this tastes like a real cookie. It's like, it's avocado. Stop right there. Avocados don't go in cookies. You know, the devil, you say.
You know what made you shut you up about that trip? It was the vanilla in it, which is what she told me later on.
Mm-hmm.
So
you didn't know you was eating avocado?
Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know.
There's stuff like that though, and you'll catch it on like TikTok or even YouTube or Facebook. But there's stuff like that. Like my wife, she made me like a chocolate cake, a little mini chocolate cake out of apples.
There goes Samo up in this piece.
Hey, Big Sam.
What up?
We getting close, brother. We getting close, man.
Mm-hmm.
But she made me a chocolate cake out of apples, and I swear to God, it was delicious. It was super good. and you would never. I would like she gave it to me, and I was like, "Oh, what's this?" She's like, "Oh, it's dessert." She didn't say nothing, and then I started eating it. I was like, "Oh, this is good." And she's like, "You know what it's made out of?" I was like, wheat. You know what I mean? Like, what else do you make? You know, like flour and shit. Like, what do you make cake out of? She's like, apples. I was like, oh my, you're kidding me.
Right?
You are.
But like I had that the pinto bean pie. You know, pinto beans.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think of that as a dessert.
No.
But if you were to with the nutmeg and the cinnamon and the vanilla and all that in there, if you were to take it to a potluck, you know, during a holiday and just put it on the dessert table, people would eat it and think it was delicious.
I'm saying that's that.
Have you ever had a
gazpacho episode?
Have you ever had anybody that denies that you can make a good chocolate chip cookie or a cookie in general that doesn't have, you know, all the stuff in there that's hurting you? You ain't never ate a real serious veggie burger.
Fair. So, like, things to note. I don't think I will ever do that on purpose. Like, somebody would have to trick me. You know what I mean? Someone have to trick me to get me to eat a veggie burger and then be like, "Ha, we got you. It's a veggie burger. What did you think?" Like, that's how that would have to pop off.
Kids, if you eat it, if somebody's making you a veggie burger on a flame broiled grill, I'm talking about with coals or wood or something like that, not your little boy gas grill that you gotta grow up, man. You gotta get rid of that shit.
What the fuck are you talking about? That shit costs like
that's all
$1,000.
You can't get in the real guys club. You cannot get into the real guys club.
Man, if it take me a half hour to 45 minutes to an hour just to start cooking,
you
fuck
just lazy,
that shit.
Man. That's just lazy.
Yeah. Lazy.
It doesn't matter.
There's only 24 hours in a day.
All you gotta do is get a small grill and start off there. Just a little.
I've graduated from the small grill situation. I ain't trying to like mess with coals.
Sam know what time it is. That Impossible Burger.
Well, no, but that's the thing though. The Impossible Burger, the vegetarian stuff. You know, I don't know if it's tofu, but I got one on purpose. It's a place in Hyde Park on 53rd. Aretha Franklin Boulevard or Shaka Khan, right on Shaka Khan Avenue or whatever her street is, right there in the corner. It's a vegetarian spot. And it's like, all right, let me try their burger. And it was like, this ain't meat. I mean, it's like, all right, you got lettuce, you got the tomato, you got the mayo, you got the bun, all that stuff's on there. But the star of the show is like, yeah, this ain't meat. And it's just noticeable.
Veggie burger is a veggie burger until you get a really, really good one.
I'm just saying, you would have to trick me first, and then if I liked it, maybe I would do it again. And like, let me say this, I can almost guarantee my son will trick me with a veggie burger real soon. Like, I can.
What Sam was telling you, that smoke, number one.
Yeah, that
flame broiling that burger is going.
I need to hear all this shit.
I mean, it's like, you know, the difference between a flame broiled and the shit at McDonald's.
Look, I get it. I know I ain't spending no 45. When I'm going to my grill, I'm turning that motherfucker on. I'm coming out with a steak in 10 minutes flat. The steak only took 7 minutes to cook. We're good to go. I don't need to be messing with smoke and wood and all kinds of bullshit.
You're missing flavor, bro.
Get you a funnel. Just fill it up with charcoal. You use some newspaper under there, light the shit. Let it
newspaper,
light, you know, to ignite the underneath. A funnel is like a chimney, and you have the charcoal in there, and then underneath there's air and holes that you can put paper and shit in to burn, and so it burns and it catches the charcoal on fire, and then the charcoal gets white. All you gotta do is come back, dump it into your grill, spread it out.
I'm just telling you, I would have been eating my goddamn steak already while y'all fucking with newspaper.
Hold on, kids. You
flavor
corners now.
I believe you. I believe you, and I agree with the flavor piece. But
when you go down this road, kids, let me tell you something. You're going to go down the smoke road one of these days.
No, I'm not gonna. I come from the smoke road. I've been done that for years, I spent a lot of time fucking with a grill, man. I spent a lot of time. I've graduated. I'm at another place. I marinate. That's what I do. I marinate my food. I give it a nice flavor and marinate. I let it sit down. I don't need smoke too on top of the marinade.
So I got to tell you, man, just for all the people that's listening to us right now, we're talking about grilling and smoking. The first thing to know, if you're using any kind of wood, when you first put that wood on there, give that shit some time. You can tell when you close the lid and you letting it get hot, letting the grill get hot, look at the smoke coming out of there. If you see kind of a charcoal colored, brownish, grayish smoke coming out of there, it's not time to put your meat on there. That's dirty smoke. Wait until that smoke gets a little white. That's when it's time to put meat on there.
See, I've been
a lot of people make that mistake.
My steak already ready by the time you waiting for that smoke to come out while I'm cutting into my butter. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, you enjoy that steak, bro. I'm telling you, I'm gonna enjoy a much tastier steak than you.
It might be.
Dude gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th. Oh, for fuck's sake.
All right, let's cut into some Bears right now. We at 1:30, hour and 30 minutes, man. So it's time to get into some Bears. Let me lead the conversation off like this. Samuel, if we get to talking about something that you want a piece of, all you got to do is say the word, invite, comment. Let me start off here. This is the main story everybody wants to talk about. Oops, excuse me. This is the main story everybody seems to be interested in, and everybody wanted to hear the coach's take, the GM's take, and hey, what's up with Kyler Gordon? Why is this all? So number one, let me just go out and put this out on the record in the first place. We all thought it was a hamstring or quad. This time it was a calf injury. And so I think they're hearing the oohing and ahhing in the fan base about, hey, what's going on with Kyler Gordon? We just paid this guy $40 million. How come he ain't on the field? Kind of attitudes everybody seems to have. And, you know, I appreciate the responses that they gave. They tried to satisfy the fans. And, you know, let's just open this bad boy back up one more time, and hopefully we'll put this shit to rest for the rest of the season. Hopefully we'll put this behind us. But what's you guys' thoughts? What did y'all think about the responses given from Ryan Poles and the rest and Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen for that matter?
Much like Degeneration X used to say, I got 2 words for you: get healthy, not suck it. This is what Ben Johnson had to say about this whole situation and about scrolls. That's cold. But this is get healthy, man. It looks like from what you're saying, this has really been a plethora of different things. It's not just one thing. It's not the same injury. It's different things that are going on with this guy. And that's really unfortunate because we need him like I say we, but Dennis Allen needs you, Doc.
Let me jump in here real quick before you finish it because I forgot to say, kids, I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
He's been here. He gave up his whole offseason to be here to get right. So he's been in that building working. All offseason, he did not take a vacation. He was here trying to get right. So I think that should be noted. Put that on the record too.
I don't know how to take that. You know what I mean? Like you're putting in work, but you still.
That's how to take it.
That's an unfortunate reality. And here's the thing. You know, if this wasn't just a like revolving door recurring case scenario, I'm sure everybody would feel just terrible about it and have all kinds of sympathy. But sympathy, you know, kind of runs thin. And there's just too many times like we were exactly where we were with Kyler Gordon this time as we were last year this time. It's really unfortunate. I love this player. I hate talking ill about him.
My thing is this. I don't know. I just don't. Just for me, this is just my personal perspective. I get nothing out of being upset about it. You know, absolutely nothing. The guy's been here working, trying to get right, and something happens. You going through a workout regimen every day, you're trying to keep your shit right. Shit don't happen to you because you're working out. You're gonna have some, it's unfortunate, but there's no reason to me, especially in July, for anybody to be upset about this. And then
Well, here's the thing,
because it
though.
got paid, that's another thing. But just let this play out, is my opinion here.
Well, yeah, but the upsetness from the fans isn't just from the fans. Listen to the words out of the head coach's mouth. Listen to the words out of Ryan Poles' mouth. It's like, yeah, cool. Kyler's been in Hallis Hall all summer working out, but it's time for camp, and he ain't ready. So yeah, we need a nickelback. We don't need somebody who's a hard worker in the offseason. And injuries happen, and Lord knows, goddamn Carolina Panthers know that. Jesus. But just this moving muscle thing, and it's like, well, are you going to be able to play? Granted, it's still July, so he has time, but it's just not a good look when it's like constantly unavailable because of injury.
So I just want to touch on these two things in the chat. So Book is bang on. It like we've been seeing this movie before, and that's exactly where my headspace is. Again, this is where we were last year. So from a sympathetic perspective, it's a little bit harder for me to be sympathetic. I hate to say this.
Ran out of tissues.
You know what I mean? I also hate to say it because Ben ain't all that sympathetic about it either.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't be. He's like, dude, you played 3 games last season. One of them was trash because you weren't ready. But now you're supposed to be ready and you're not ready again. Where do we go from this? This is a new regime. You really haven't spent any time with DA to really, make your impression felt. It's a problem. And then there's Leo who's saying, I hope it isn't a Nate Davis case where the money came in and they checked out. Now, I don't believe that's the case at all, Leo. I believe this player is quite a bit different than Nate Davis in mentality. Here's where they might be similar. I'm just going to put it out there. Sometimes when the money comes in, you may not take things quite as seriously as you may have taken it before. You may you may get into, you may be less about your health regimen and things along those lines. Other people are, double and triple down with the health regimen and things become more sustainable. I can't really speak to what he's actually doing out there. But I wouldn't really paint him with the Nate Davis brush at all. Like I just wouldn't. I believe this player is a little bit different in that respect.
Whenever I'm no different than anybody else when it comes to this. Do I have a different sensibility because of what I've been through in my life and in the football aspect of it? Probably. I'll probably come off different. However, do I think the fan base is getting hyperbolic? Yeah, I do. And I understand it, though. I understand. I've been doing this stuff long enough to understand fan bases a whole lot more. Before I got into this podcasting thing, it was just me and my thoughts. See some homies here, see some homies there. But now we have a diaspora of Chicago Bears fans with all kinds of different sensibilities about this stuff. So I've learned to understand why people feel a certain way. All I'm saying is I would just, for me, I think it's wise to just let this play out, let this, come to whatever conclusion it's going to come to. But I don't have a bad feeling about this whatsoever. And that's my message in a nutshell. I don't have a real bad feeling about it. Only thing I would add to that, and that is this guy right here is getting first team reps because of it. And I absolutely love it for him. I absolutely love it. Jalen Jones, quietly, when given opportunities, is a effing pit bull. And I know Dennis Allen likes his play style because that's the reason why they brought him back. That's the reason why he came back here for a second stint. Let's get that guy back in the building. Jalen Jones, it behooved me last year that it took them so long to put him on the field. But I think that came down to a trust issue with Dennis Allen. He wanted somebody to play that pivotal role of nickel cornerback that he could trust. And that didn't happen until CJ got here. And so that's a coach player relationship type of thing. But seeing this guy get that opportunity again here in Chicago, I love it for him. I love it for him. We're gonna get back to Kyler Gordon, but I just wanted to point that out that he's getting the first team reps at nickel. Everybody's talking about Malik Muhammad, and Dennis Allen put that to bed the same way I did on the show. It's a complicated job, and it's really not one for a rookie unless you have to put him there. And we don't have to put Malik Muhammad in that spot right now. Of course, you're gonna get some reps over there. That's just called rotation stuff. But to have him put that responsibility on him as a rookie right now, it's not necessary. I'm glad like hell we got Jalen Jones right now.
You know, I mentioned Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles talking about Kyler Gordon, but Dennis Allen also spoke on him. And being that Jalen Jones has been around for a while now, you know, special teams guy, depth piece, injuries sometimes open the door for opportunity for, you know, those type players. And if he can gain the trust, he being Jalen Jones, of Dennis Allen and, you know, the rest of the staff and all, to, you know, to say, all right, if Kyler Gordon isn't available, we can trust Jalen Jones. And I just don't want it to get to a point that it's like, well, you know, now Kyler is just an afterthought and is looking at all Jalen Jones or Josh Blackwell or Malik Muhammad or Cam Lewis, you know, whoever it is, not Kyler. And we were all, well, the majority of us were behind, you know, Kyler getting his extension. Is like, yeah, he's a baller. But all of that goes to crap when you can't stay on the field. And that's kind of, you know, where the lost love has gone for him. You know, it's not that he's a bad player, but it's like, well, dude, you make a hell of a difference when you're on the field. Dennis Allen can do a whole lot with you because of your intelligence and versatility, but you not being on the field just kind of throws all that to crap. So, you know, it's like, what do you do with that? You know, you just got to wait to see if he's on field. And if he's not, you know, what are your plan B, C, D, E, and F's?
I'm not excited about the Jalen Jones thing. That throws me for a little bit of a loop, and I almost can't stand. What's that?
He's a pit, man.
I'm not trying to take anything away from Jalen Jones, though. Like, don't get me sideways. It's more of a, you know, it's more of a question of how important this role is in this defense for this iteration of the Chicago Bears. And we're sort of looking at a backup and or maybe a rookie steps up to the plate to grab the brass ring, which means, in my opinion, this is a gap. This is a hole that we're trying to fill, and we're not even really trying to fill it. So, like, it's a couple of things. Like, the first one is, like King Book is saying in the chat, like, the chat's loaded with awesome commentary on this topic. King Book is saying, like, as long as he's available week 1, we're good. Well, remember how he came back when he was injured last year? It was a little shaky because he hadn't been on the field in some time. So even if that's the case, I don't expect him on the field in week 1. I think it's probably going to take a couple of weeks until he's back up to snuff, and hopefully he is for the remainder of the season. And then you get Scrolls over there who's saying if he's there week 1, he's out week 3. And
that's the problem. That's the problem I got is you know how I am, kids and trips. It's about manifesting and using the right words. You say that shit, you speaking it into existence.
But, like, that's fair, but it's also fair to say, right? The homie he got paid, he was fine. He got hurt. He was out the whole season, played 3 games, one of which he absolutely stunk. Played the 2 games and came back to form, and I was like excited to see how he does in a full season. And here we are again having the exact same conversation we were having the year before. It's not it's like the question of availability really is a question, y'all, because these soft tissue things just keep popping up for Kyler, and it's terrible. It's a real concern.
The thing is, okay. My thing is, you can't do anything about it. It's football. It's a guy working out, running into some bumps and bruises and soft tissue injuries in particular. And I'm sure he's sat down with the trainers and coaching staff and even doctors, I'm sure, trying to get to the bottom of it. And I've said this for the longest, and I believe this to be true. And my actual trainers told me this as well, because we had a few guys that were dealing with the same type of shit Kyler's going through. A few guys. And he kept telling them, you mother has got to stop drinking and eating bullshit. That's what he told them. Coach, man, what you going to do late at night? Man, and everybody, I got to get some Taco Bell. You can't eat that shit. Especially not in the middle of the night, because it's just bad fat and it just sits there. And you're going to go out there and you're going to be feeling all sluggish, and the coach is going to be pushing you, and you're going to be pushing yourself a little too far than what you're able to do because you ate that shit last night. And you're going to end up pulling something. That's the literal words I heard in the training room.
It's the same thing that's I believe what Scottish Bear was saying last week, right? He has to change his diet and start eating bone broth or drinking bone broth if that's what you do. You had a couple of suggestions, but if that's what it takes, man, let's get that in place. And one would have hoped that would have started last season when he started to experience some of this. Here we are now, more or less looking at it again. So, it's not the end of the world, y'all. It is an unfortunate eyesore to deal with right now. I'm sure he'll be on the field at some point and will make his impression felt in 2026. The question, unfortunately, is just, when and for how long.
Well, but that's why, all the arrows are being, shot toward him and the quivers are being emptied, because of the length of his unavailability ness. And, you meet with the trainers, and I hope the dietitians are a part of that. And, I've given comments as like, well, shit, Kyler Gordon has his like man versus food kind of YouTube channel thing, where he goes around and, he samples different things. And, that's a cool thing to do. But yeah, no, not now. You can't be eating, you don't know what you eating. You need to eat, whatever the dietitian says eat, your proteins, your veggies, all that stuff. And, sampling different dishes, you don't know what's in that stuff. And it could be something, high in sodium, that's really drying him out. And if he's not hydrating enough, soft tissue injuries.
I heard it.
So
you're right. You're
you
right.
gotta be aware of all of the influences that could cause these things, and it's just been so many of them. It's kind of like, well, shit, why are we worried about what this dude is eating? It's like, because he can't get on the goddamn field, because he can't.
Who's policing these guys when they get home?
Firm.
Who's policing these guys when they get home? Nobody. After I heard that conversation, because I myself struggle late in practice. I struggle late in practice towards the end when you get done with practice and they having you run gassers to finish practice off. Gasser is a 100-yard sprint. And I'm struggling bad. I'm not the only one, because we was all at the same place in the middle of the night getting bullshit. After that, I heard in the training room, I'm tired of going through that. I'm tired of hurting like that at the end of practice. Like, I'm hurting. I'm like feeling like I'm about to keel over bad. I'm feeling horrible. And when I heard that, when I realized that on our floor, we had a vending machine that had a whole bunch of, everybody walked right past the damn thing. Had a whole bunch of vegetables, fresh vegetables in there, oranges, apples, pears, all kind of shit. And I'm an apple guy. I would get me at the end of the night, I would get me 2 hard, crispy red apples. And I never felt like that no more. So I know it's true. In some way or another, it's probably diet related. I know that you feel so drastically different after eating a couple of apples in the middle of the night than a couple of burgers or tacos or something, whatever you're eating, burritos, whatever it is. You feel way better when you go out there and have to run that shit off. It's a different kind of energy.
Well, yeah, garbage in, garbage out.
Yep. So I know it's probably something like that. The problem is nobody's policing nobody when they're at the house, man. When you want to get up in the middle of the night and go get you 2 honey buns or something like that, or a row of cookies or whatever it is that you got in your cabinet, you're not in house hall. There ain't nobody monitoring your ass.
Well, but that's the thing, though. I kind of gotten to the point where it's like, all right, if I get like, a little pack of cookies, the strawberry, the straight up artificial stuff that's totally bad for you, but they got them for $1.50. It's like 3 rolls of them. And I'll get a taste. It's like, all right, I'll eat a cookie or 2 cookies like Wednesday. Then I won't eat none until like Saturday. And, so a pack will last a few weeks. Whereas, guess what? If I don't buy them, now even if I want them, I can't have them because there's none here, unless I make some, and then those are going to be healthier, of course. You get you some just jar of peanut butter, roll that, bake those out. Yeah, beautiful. But his cabinets should not have any junk food in it or anything that's bad for you.
Good luck telling him not to be human.
Sure,
No,
but his
that's where
contract, he's an adult, he's got agents. He's
wow.
got agents. So here's the thing that I don't get about some of these decisions that these guys make, because their agents are paid through and because of these guys. So you want, your people to be healthy. You want them to not be in trouble. You want them to be on the field to maximize their pay potential, maximizing your pay potential. And so it's like, hey, all of my clients, we have a dietitian. Our dietitian meets with everybody. We have financial advisors who meets with everybody, security advisors, so I am looking out for my clients as a stepdaddy, a step uncle, somebody who's looking out for their best interest. So they're at their healthy, athletic peak, so they can make the most. So I make the most. So it's an investment.
So
it's very altruistic of you. Agents. Your boy just made $40 million. I made 15% of that. That's real good cheese, and I can go do the same thing with another dude over here. I'm probably going to go pay attention to that other dude. Who's going to probably make me another, X amount of $1 million too. And, maybe you will do it again, but that's not really my concern, because, these are just commodities to me, and I can just make that money player on player on player on player. And I don't really have to get in at players, to ensure that I'm getting more money from this guy because there's 50 of them and I'm just making guap. I own a yacht. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of the reality here. But
numbers instead of individuals.
What it is.
Jerry Maguire at least hugged, my man.
Oh, he liked that guy. That was his big first contract. You know what I mean? But after a while, Jerry Maguire don't really care about the Cuba Goodings.
Yeah, because did you see the reaction to other agents? Like, well, why don't you do that? And he was like, well, come here, give me a hug. He was like, no, get off me because that's fake. But what is Frazier saying? He doesn't buy cookies or sweets because he don't know how to eat just one. No willpower.
You're smart cat.
That's called wisdom right there, bro.
Don't buy them.
Hey, y'all want to hear a funny story? My freshman year about this very topic we talking about. So we had a 7-Eleven. We had a 7-Eleven that was open 24/7. It wasn't no regular 7-Eleven. They cooked everything in there. There's a whole goddamn on buffet of shit. And normally, when I came there in the summertime before school, that the students actually got there, and start working out and doing all that kind of stuff. They were just doing regular store hours. They'd have some of that shit in there sometimes. But once the students got there and the along with the football players, that thing was open round the clock. They had cooks up in there cooking all day, every day. And I'm talking about pork chops, fried chicken, shrimp, everything you can, potato logs, potato wedges, everything in there, mashed potato gravy, everything you can think of. And coaches always told us stay away from that.
They weren't wrong.
Right? Don't fuck
So
around.
one night, I'm still green now. I'm up in there. We at the club and we got to get up early in the morning to hit the weight. So we trying to get up out of there. We should have got out of there at 12 o'clock, but we stayed there till 2, 3, sometimes 4 in the morning. Then we end up over there, getting something to eat. Then we run back to the dorm and do whatever and try to sleep for an hour or two. Get up and go lift weights and start your day all over. That's how we burn the candle. And so during that time, while we in there eating, everybody got a plate or whatever. Remember I told you kids and trips that we had a guy on the team that was like the wolf in Pulp Fiction, that he took care of problems. I saw the wolf.
Yeah, the cleaner.
He came and creeped past the 7-Eleven and I saw him. But I didn't think nothing of it. I thought it was just like, okay, what you doing out here? I'm green still. And so we get done eating, we get in the car, and I'm talking to one of the.
Oh, he was keeping an eye on y'all. So
yeah,
so
I told we packed in this motherfucker like 5, 6 deep in this little ass car. We riding back to the campus, and I was just like, man, you see this? We gonna just call him Wolf. I said I saw Wolf creeping by here like a motherfucker. It's just like, what? You saw Wolf? They're like, what? Why you ain't say nothing, motherfucker? We weren't supposed to be out there. You saw Wolf? I said, yeah, he just came creeping. Hey, everybody's like, oh, fuck. They just knew we was getting dogged the next day. And we got dogged.
You got ran, huh?
When I say dog, you don't understand, man. Even like little drills that you supposed to be just warming up in, we got fucking dragged, bro. We had to do them over and over and over and over and over again to get to the next drill. And you're doing them over and over and over. It was so bad that dudes was like dehydrating right out there in the middle of the field. They had IV units on the sidelines.
Mm-hmm. So that means they knew and they prepared.
They
gonna pass y'all out.
They intended to F us over to teach us a lesson. We told y'all at the beginning, don't let me catch your ass out there. And that's what happened. And then we had to run gases at the end of it. It was people throwing up, people passing out. It was an ambulance at the top of the stadium. I was just like, oh shit, this is bad. I saw that when we came in.
Laughing their ass off.
I saw the ambulance when we came in. I said, what the ambulance doing here? And everybody knew but my green ass. Freshman.
What's the ambulance doing here?
It's like we about to
it's here for you, bro.
We about to get murked up in this motherfucker. That's why.
Told you not to mess with that mac and cheese.
Man, dude, it was the worst. That probably is the worst day of my life. Physically.
Well, right now, today, could you do 40 up downs?
Yeah. I can do 40 up downs. You could?
I don't know. I ain't tried.
I can do 40 up down.
Because I used to be able to do them easy, but then I would go down, and then that up became an issue.
The up downs, man, it's about your core and your arms. And can your legs after you get through, like, okay, so a normal up down, for a normal coach is just go down, touch your belly, get back up. That's it. And
well, I was always taught to lead with the chest.
Well, some up downs is you got to chop your feet.
Well, you chop your feet, and then when you drop, you lead with your chest, and then you scramble back to your chopping position, and then lead with your chest down, and then up back to the chopping position. And like the gravity going down, Yeah, I'm aces with that shit.
It's the coming up part that ain't so fun.
And then that whole chopping of the feet thing, because once you get a certain age, like your joints, like your ankles and your knees and your hips, they don't like chopping. They don't.
These are facts.
If you're not chopping, it's them up downs is easy.
Well,
if you chopping, them up downs get a little rough towards the end.
Yeah. Okay. Because Dennis Allen said, hey, you have 40 up downs. You know what I'm saying? You don't do them, you're on the pup. And as far as I heard, everybody was able to accomplish that. Yeah, you drop into a push-up position. Yeah, that's lead with your chest, and then boom.
Samuel, all he knows is a chop up down. I did meet a coach that made us just do standing up downs and get back up. But most of the coaches I've been doing that shit since Pee-wees. Whenever I got in trouble, up downs. I mean, it was just one because we used to practice around multi sport place, man, when I was a little Pee-wee kid, and they had baseball diamond out there, softball diamond out there. We used to have to do bear crawls around the goddamn diamond. Mm-hmm. Bear crawls is like you on all fours. You crawling you get in trouble, you crawling all the way around that damn baseball diamond. And boy, I'm telling you, you feel so brute strong in your shoulders by the time you get up. It's a coach trailing you the whole time. No, you better not let nothing touch the ground, just your legs and your feet. Go. Keep going. I know you tired. I'm crying. Yeah, I don't want to hear that.
But the funny thing about those, once you get going, your momentum kind of keeps you going.
No.
Whereas up downs, now you're fighting gravity.
No momentum my ass, dog. Your fucking arms gonna go dead, bro.
Well,
and you got to keep going.
Well, yeah. Well, there is that.
There is that.
Best thing to do is don't get in trouble while you're practicing. Don't be jackballing around as a peewee, throwing gum at people and shit like that when you're supposed to be paying attention. He's talking about you heard Sam talking about your arms going dead, bro.
Shit.
However, man, let me get past my personal story because I can go on and on. I'm happy for this guy right here getting an opportunity because I think that's all he ever really needed was opportunity. I think Jalen Jones for a long time, I always thought he was a diamond in the rough. I think he's just got that. He's got for lack of a better word, a killer instinct as a football player. I'm not going to tell you that he's A1 when it comes to cover as a cornerback. I think he's gotten better, and that's what you're supposed to do as an NFL cornerback, get better at NFL cornerback. You can expect that from him. But I think his tenacity and the way he approaches the game and the vigor he plays with, that's some Dennis Allen shit right there. That's why he's back with this team. I'm telling you, this guy right here, if he does have to go out there and play an extended period of time, I feel confident in him. I don't know what happened last year, but I feel confident in this cat right here.
Well, I think last year he got hurt early, I thought. And that kind of derailed him.
I'm not sure if he was hurt. I don't think he was on the team early in the season. I think they brought him back later in the season after a bunch of injury. Okay. I think that's what went down. Hey, Miguel. Miguel? But that's what I think went down. Cool. Right?
Yeah, I think that, again, I think all this cat needs is opportunity. And so, hope the best for Kyler. But if this guy keeps getting extended reps, man, this guy's he's going to make a name for himself. I guarantee you, when them pads come on, probably next week, the way they're talking.
Yeah, I heard Monday.
Was it Monday?
Yeah, because this week is the ramp-up period, as denoted by the league. And so Monday morning, pop, pop, pop. And I don't mean like the hood popping, I mean the pads.
That's quicker than I thought. Maybe they're probably just thud. And what I mean by thud, that's like quarter speed. And I bring nobody.
Think so? Ben Johnson's about that action, boss.
Yeah, he ain't about that quarter speed life.
Yeah,
well, you only get a certain amount of them practices in a training camp. So I
think the first one is Monday because you get so many. And I think like that very first one is Monday. So
I guarantee they don't go full contact Monday. There's just gonna be a thud, and then maybe Wednesday is a full contact.
Okay, well maybe you're right. I'm just saying they went at it early last season. Last season was like, okay, I'm here. I'm your new coach. We're just hit each other. Damn it, we'll see what happens. Everything went. You know what I mean? Let's play some damn football. Everything went great outside of that. I think that was sort of the impetus to good things happening in on this team. But yeah, we'll see how it all shakes out with this cornerback situation, nickelback more specifically. Man, just wish we weren't talking about all this. Wish this was
all right.
It wasn't a subject to be had.
Let's swerve from DB conversation for a second and get to here. That is Braxton Jones is as expected taking the first team reps in tighty whiteys and helmets, and it's what you would have thought. He's healthy. He's been working hard, and I think anybody that hasn't heard this, I know it's a lot of people that don't feel the way they think they ought to be feeling about Braxton Jones right now because of the history, and they don't really care for him. But if you care about the team and you care about that left tackle being solidified with this young quarterback in the second year with Ben Johnson, you probably want to listen to the Terran Armstead podcast and listen to what he's saying about Braxton Jones as he's been training him. You probably want to turn that on. And he glows about this guy, man. And so, as we expected, Braxton is taking first team reps, and we know he's a fighter, man. We know he's going to give it everything he has. Even if his best ain't good enough, he's going to give it his all. And whoever, if anybody dethrones Braxton Jones for that left tackle spot, is going to have to take it out of his cold, dead-ass hands. Honestly, that's just how you.
I'm giving my eagle, my Canadian eagle, because it happened last year. I'll be real surprised if it don't happen again. I do want to harken back to our conversation along these lines this weekend on Sunday, Nomad at night. There's one name that we're not hearing at all in this position in there. Isn't there like a missing person?
Hold on, before we finish that, Samuel asked a question. He says, I like James Jones too, but I think he's been good outside. Do you think that the Bears can afford former nickelback Kenny Moore as insurance? We just talked about that last week.
Yeah, we had this one up on Sunday. Speaking of Sunday, so the answer to that is not really. They don't want to. Like Kenny Moore's in and around the entire cap room that they have right now. They don't want to
$9 million or so.
It's 8 and change in both cases, right? Like, so they don't really want to do the Kenny Moore thing if they can avoid it. If they can get Kenny Moore to take some sort of a friendly deal, I don't know why he would, because he's damn good. But maybe they go do the Kenny Moore thing. We made this exact suggestion, and just the dollars were a little bit like
steep.
What we think it is that's a break glass moment.
Yeah, it's emergency case scenario in that respect. I think if they're gonna do that, we're gonna see we're gonna see some level of a cut. Somebody gonna get cut that we didn't expect in order to free up cap room for a Kenny Moore move.
I don't know about cut, maybe a trade, and then a move on Kenny Moore, or something.
That's possible too.
A lot of it is dependent on Kyler's injury because of its nature. It's not like, well, we know he's going to be out, this amount of time. This is like a week to week kind of thing.
But the real problem though is can he be trusted? Like, I hate this conversation, bro. Can he be trusted? We don't know if he's not going to pop another something in 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks in the season? Like who knows?
Well, but that leads us into Braxton Jones and the fed up nature of the fans, because we've always given Braxton credit, for being coming out of nowhere in what was it, Wyoming or
Utah.
5th round pick or Utah or whatever, and become a starting left tackle. And it's like, all right, well, what kind of quality is his left tackle prowess? It's like, well, he has to work on his anchor. And it's like, okay, and then he got hurt. All right. So now he's back. And so you get the competition, of the Canadian Eagle, Jedrick Wills, and then the afterthought of Karan Amagaji.
He's not even, nobody even, they didn't even, so they talked about this today.
That's why he's an afterthought.
Remember, y'all, we gotta get some takes here for Braxton Jones. One of us.
But Braxton has the upper hand because he's the incumbent, basically. He's still ahead of Theo, as far as incumbency.
Mm-hmm.
This was, the first day, let's see how it plays out once they get pads on, because as we all know, defensive lineman is nothing without pads to see how his anchor is. How's he moving? How's he moving compared to the other competition at left tackle that I just mentioned? Impossible. And so it's the first day. He has the advantage. Let's see if he can hold serve.
Impossible to evaluate at this point. It's just basically showroom floor shit for the first couple of days of training camp. That's what it is. You got your shiny new cars and you got them all polished up. Ain't nobody really doing nothing to them. Next thing you know, you got to put them on the road. When they get on the road, that's when all the action happens. And I've said this the whole time since Braxton has been here. I made some little funny jokes about him not having the ass, and I mean that. You don't just can't buy that at Walmart. You gotta have something to sit on. And I do believe
they sell it in Brazil though.
Hey man, hey,
montez is now he's
break too, and they leak and you stink and all that kind of shit happens. And what I'm saying is, Braxton Jones is gonna always have some kind of struggle at that. How he can mitigate it is through his technique a lot. And that's what it sounds like he's getting a whole lot better at. Is owning the fact that that's my weakness. How can I mitigate this now?
Well, positive thoughts. I'm not the positive guy with this whole Braxton Jones thing. I'm exactly the guy that Nomad described earlier on. I think this team has had intentions on moving well past this particular player, draft after draft after draft, and here we are with the player. Like the major reason why I'm a little bit less of a believer in this case scenario has to do with the injury. If we're talking about stabilization and maintaining that anchor and you blow a tire, it doesn't bode particularly well for maintaining the anchor. So he has had a fair amount of time to get back to snuff. Fingers crossed that he's gotten back to snuff. But now we also have the expectation that was on him before of not just getting back to snuff, but being better than that, right? Not like the anchor case scenario needs to be improved. So we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. He's up against at least one guy who's not injured. He's up against another guy who is in a very similar boat, but was projected much higher than he is. So that's the conversation. We're really going to see what happens with Braxton Jones.
I'll point something out to you as a question first. I just want to see, well, you two, Trips, if you want to answer this. Before last year, had you ever noticed that Braxton Jones was jumpy at all? At the line? He'd have his snafus once in a while.
Sometimes, not like that's not. It's not something. I would say he was more jumpy early into his career
and settled down in year two.
Yeah, man, he started to settle down. He did, right? So
That's
that's not something I would point at as a major area of
no,
concern.
no. I'm going somewhere because I've been watching all this shit since he got here, and that's just something that really jumped out to me last year. And why it jumped out to me when I start thinking about it and putting the injury that he was just messed up and trying to compensate. And I think personally, I think that led to it got extremely jumpy. Like he was jumping off way too many times. And what he was trying to do in my eyes was get ahead of use the cadence to his advantage. And so he didn't have to use all that power from being in a defense position so often. And with the bull rushes and all that kind of stuff, he can get ahead technically and get an advantage on a defender if he knows the snap count. He was a little jumpy. That's just me, what I took from the tape. Does that make any kind of sense?
No, it does, and that might also it might also lean towards some of the pre-snap penalties that we were getting early into the season as well. Because not just Braxton, but Caleb also wasn't really, he was still learning cadence and things along those lines, right? So it makes a little bit of sense to me.
Because that's the only advantage offensive lineman has.
Well, but then that's what goes to Leo Factor's comment there. Said Braxton now has a good vet O-line coach that might help. No Mo Simo, we got Dan Rochar. And by all accounts, he's more better than Simo, let's say, at being an offensive line coach and teaching and development of, linemen, of players. So Braxton also has that going for him. But also remember, Braxton has been battling his ass off since he's been here.
Yeah.
And so he's always, stepped up to the challenge. And so let's not, write him off or discount him. It's just now that he's healthy, he's had the experience and knowledge of a few seasons under his belt. So it's time for him to, put it all together and see what he got.
And you know what, Trip? Even though he got thrust into the number one spot when he got here, he was still the underdog. But that was supposed to be Tevin. That was supposed to be Tevin, but they threw Braxton out there, and Braxton has really been fighting an uphill battle since then, trying to maintain it. You know what I mean? His maturity probably helped him go there for him because he learns fast, he picks up well, and understands things quite a bit. I ain't gonna say better than anybody else, but you can tell by the way he articulates himself that he gets the details.
And you also got
that's the one area that I really like about this player, to be honest with you. He's no dummy. He's very articulate, very intelligent, very aware, right? Like I to give the kid, to give Braxton some kudos. All of those things can be truly applied to him. I know after seasons, I believe after season 2, he was asked, "Hey, like, what do you think your shortcomings were?" And he knew exactly what.
He can articulate all of it in detail.
Exactly what it is. Here's what I think it is. Here's what my coaching has suggested that I do to correct this, and off he goes. But again, unfortunately, not only have we not seen improvement there, but there has been injury to that general area. So he had a very long ladder to climb to get back to snuff and maybe potentially become better than where he left off. And all we can do is keep our fingers crossed and hope that he actually is. In the chat there, Sam's saying that Ben actually, Ben's been talking a lot about this guy. I agree, but Ben kind of has to. So we'll see what this one looks like as we move forward, because this is a very important battle here in this particular position.
Well, this is one of 2 battles on the O-line, but this one is more questionable because of lack of experience battling for it.
All right. I do believe in my instincts and what my instincts tell me. I trust them 100%. And the jumpy to me, Samo, was him trying to get ahead on the snap count so he didn't have to be in a defensive position and fighting all the time. And to me, that's smart. However, that can lead you to be jumpy when you're in a new system, new offense, and the quarterback is learning. Everybody's learning the cadence of the quarterback and the rhythm of everything. And you just anticipate something a little too early, and boom, there you go. Now you the heel. So I understood it. And that's just what my conclusion came out to at the end was he's favoring that leg and he wants to get ahead so he doesn't, end up in defensive position. And so that was smart, but you ended up looking like a heel in the end because you jumped and cost the team. So that was my conclusion. But here's another story that's been talked about all off season that people have been questioning. This guy right here. And word is from Dennis Allen, right? Probably within the first 3-4 questions that he got, people asked about Tyreek Stevenson, what's his status, and what do we expect out of Tyreek Stevenson kind of questions. And he came flat out and said he's a starting caliber cornerback in the NFL. And basically we plan to get that out of him. And the only thing was kids and trips, what I've been saying the whole time, him being inconsistent, being a little ball greedy, and just, just foregoing technique and what the defense is, the principles to the defense, and trying to go after the ball and getting himself out of position and getting cooked. That's what Dennis Allen was saying without having to say. I can say it because we're here on the podcast. But when I look at it on tape, I know exactly what it is. He gets ball hungry and wants to get the stat instead of staying true to the principles of the defense and maintaining your job. And sometimes he looks bad when he does it. Can't do that. Can't do that. You get your damn trophies. What I mean by trophies in your WWF belt within the construct of the defense. Don't go rogue. Is what Dennis Allen was trying to tell him subliminally in that message. Stay true to it. Don't go rogue, and everything you're gonna get is gonna come to you. If he does that, he's a Pro Bowl cornerback.
Well, I heard the Dennis Allen message as well, and he's like, "Yeah, Tyreek Stevenson, we could put together clips of him being awesome." But then I also read between the lines and kind of heard, or I don't know if I heard it in real life, IRL, but is that we can also put together a cut up reel of brain farts. Where he's out there being ball greedy. Pause.
He didn't say that. He said I can put together a cut up of how good he was last year.
Right. Yeah, but between the lines is also a cut up of why we didn't trust him, why he was out of position, why he had to get benched late in the season because of his not being in the right place when his ability to be trusted. So putting the good plays together, putting it all together maturity wise, he could be a Pro Bowl player, but I don't think they think he's there yet because of the lack of maturity and the being out of place.
Also, I love, and this was another I wouldn't even say a podcast. I think it was when the coaches first got into the building, they let the reporters in and they was talking to Al Harris and some of these other assistants, man, and what he said about Tyreek glowed to me. He said, I know what everybody's saying about Tyreek. Trust me, when I got him one-on-one, we got to the bottom of that. And I'm just kind of paraphrasing what I heard. And he said, the Chicago Bears fans are going to get the Tyreek Stevenson they've been looking for this year. And that's all I need to hear. And that just goes to what I was trying to say the entire offseason was just all you got to do is stay. Every badass football player. I'm talking about when we coming out of high school, kids and trips, every badass football player has Tyreek Stevenson's mindset. And then you get it's a level up. Now you get entrusted with knowing the principles of the defense and staying true to it. The core construct of the defense is you do this on this play. And if you see an opportunity that's within the play where you're supposed to be, take the opportunity, but you don't go rogue and get out of position. That's what Tyreek Stevenson did. Probably about 3 or 4 times I can think of right off the top of my head. I was just like, oh, that's going to cost you. And if he makes the play, we're not even having the conversation. If he makes all those plays, 3 or 4 of them, we're not going to have this conversation. But he made none of them.
I think we would still, like I defer to you when it comes to the, to really truly evaluating corners and DBs, man, because you've been there, done it, and know it very well. I thought when given the opportunity, Tyreek Stevenson played admirably last season.
After getting benched.
Well, you see, after getting benched, and you're probably I guess you're right, because Nashawn came on and took his spot on the other side. But I believe that wasn't a bench, and I believe he was injured at that point, and that's why Nashawn got it. If I might be wrong, the benching was later in the season when Jalen got back. Once Jalen got back, we did not see Tyreek Stevenson back on the field. It was Jalen and Nashawn on the other side. That's when he was benched, and at the same time, in between all of that, there was a couple of brain farts, and this is what Tripp was saying. Like there was a couple of brain farts with him, just not necessarily being football smart. Sometimes on the field, sometimes off the field. But for the most part, on the field, I'm confident in this player. I really like this player. I think he plays the cornerback position very specifically, brings a lot of physicality when physicality is required. But at the same time, he's not as attitudinal as a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and won't, he's not going to get in there and be handsy for no good reason. Like he's semi-disciplined in that respect too. So I expect that Tyreek Stevenson will likely be the other corner on this team, and I'm hoping he gets all the opportunity to really make his impression felt this season. That's how I feel about this guy.
I think by the time this is all said and done, I think he will emerge as the best corner on this team.
I wish you were wrong, but I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I think just given a couple of things, one would normally think that it's Jalen Johnson, but we may be at that crux where Jalen is starting to go, a little bit south, given age and injury history and things along those lines. I don't really mean south, but maybe Jalen's leveling off a little bit, plateauing with respect to his growth as a player. I still think this player has a little bit to pause scrolls. I still think that this player has a fair amount of growth left in him, and I hope we see that this season live and direct on the field.
Hey kids, here's the thing. This is my last take on Tyreek. This is what I know. It's one thing you can't coach, and that's dog.
He's a dog, bro.
You can't coach dog. The only thing you have to do with dog is trying to trim around the edges and polish the dog.
No, you got to tame it sometimes. You know what I mean? You can't be a wild dog out there doing dumb shit all the time.
That's the problem right there. He's his confidence is through the roof. He's got the ultimate confidence. You can't tell him that you can't do this. You can't. No, he can do it. He can do it. He knows it. The thing is at this point, you just hoping that real emotional maturity kicks in, and when games get tough and when he's really, really into the game and the emotions are bubbling to the surface and it's kind of spilling over, can that polish keep that where it needs to be? That's the only thing with Tyreek. That's the only thing in a nutshell. Can't
Well,
teach what he's got, but you got to learn how to harness it.
well, that's I think part of the responsibility of whoever the new leaders are back there in the secondary. And we've heard Kobe Bryant say he wants to be, one of those guys. And then
He
also
probably
you look at
is.
Jalen Johnson, maybe. But
That's
other
not
than
bad.
that, it was Kevin Byard who kept Tyreek Stevenson in line. Had to check him out on the field. But now, out on the field, who's that going to be? So,
I don't. That's an unfortunate reality you just brought up, Trip. There is nobody like
He's at the
that.
point where I think being benched, being humbled, being put in a position where he's in a year where he can earn a whole lot of money for himself. He's the police to Tyreek Stevenson now.
He not only is he the police to Tyreek Stevenson, he's also quite technically the police to some of these other younger rookies, younger players who are going to be making their impression felt on the field here and there throughout this season, or potentially in starting capacity when we're looking at a potential vacancy at nickel, right? So I think that guy, hopefully we have a mature Tyreek Stevenson this season. And I think that's really just the best word to use. There is some inherent immaturity with this player, and we've seen that. We've seen it rear its ugly head more than once, and we won't get into all the games and all the awesomeness of those situations. But as stated, I thought he played his ass off last year when given that little window to do it. There were some hiccups. There was some brain farts or dumbassery. What it do, FFG, man? See,
he hung around, man. That's my boy.
You here?
That's my
but
guy.
I mean, considering all of that, I think Tyreek will play admirably this season. I think he has all the talent, skills to do it. And but now you got to be your own. You got to be your own police, man. You really do.
There's two particular plays I get to thinking about when I start thinking about Tyreek Stevenson. When I talk about dog, when I just talk about just elite talent, there's only two things wouldn't happen. Remember, he made that diving interception, just picked that motherfucker right out of thin air, just dove on a. It might have been a dig route or something in the middle. And he just dove and just took it away. He just read the shit, dove, took it away. And that one, and there was one play last year when somebody was running, streaking scot-free down the sideline. He just ran and dug the ball out and took it away. Just took it away. Just took it right out of it. And shits don't happen without Tyreek Stevenson on the field. There's certain players that you got on your team that will do special things when the time is right. And Tyreek's just one of them dudes.
It's
big hits, all that kind of shit.
There's really no, football skilled case scenario. There's not a lot of weakness to his game. Sometimes he does get overzealous, right? Like bite off a little bit more than he can chew, a little bit too confident sometimes. But it's mostly just, dumbassery that makes you question this player. It's not so much skill set on the field, man. He has it. He's that, in my opinion, he's that good, and partnering him with Jalen is a great thing. I'm confident when teams target him versus targeting Jalen Johnson. I'm just as confident and just looking at last year, because he not only was he on the field, but he was on the field in Jalen's position. Teams did not target Tyreek in that situation. They were gunning at Nashawn, which put Nashawn in a position to really outplay Tyreek and get a bunch of interceptions, even in situations where he was technically burnt, but was able to make his way back in and make a play on the ball. So it's like the way that the secondary played last year was very interesting. I was personally a little bit worried when I saw this player on the sidelines, but Nashawn stepped up and he played very well. There's no Nashawn anymore, Tariq. It's your job to lose.
Kids, one thing I can tell you, especially about South Florida DBs. And I know this from just running the circuit, high school shit, meeting up with motherfuckers down in South Carolina, North Carolina, down in Atlanta. Some of the Miami boys come up there for some of those 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s. I know this about Florida boys. Them boys is tough when they backs against the wall. Them DBs, when they got something to fight for, they come. And I'm telling you, Tyreek's got that in him. He's got that in him, and that's what you're gonna see this year.
I think so too.
You're gonna see the best Tyree Stevenson you ever saw.
I think so too.
Putting it all together, and that's what you expect in year 4. What is this, year 3 or year 4? Whatever year it is, this is what you expect. This is what you expect. And I'm glad. I think his path has taken him here. All the stuff that he's, being criticized for, all that's warranted. But now it's time to go ahead and put it all in the gumbo, bro. Put it all in the gumbo and be the best dude we know you are. Yeah, we drafted a Pro Bowl type of cornerback, and I think we're gonna see that this year.
I don't think there's any. I don't really think that there's any question. I think at this point, not only is, and maybe this is what he needs, right? Like, not only is he thrust into the position to compete for this position and likely win it, but he's also thrust into a leadership position haphazardly, right? Like it's either Jalen or him really, everybody else is a rookie to the team, not necessarily a rookie football player. They're new to the team, as in Kobe Bryant, as along the lines of what Sam is saying. I think Tyreek has to step up, and I think he's going to do so with his play on the field and lead by example.
Tyreek came out in the same draft. I think the same draft as Kobe. Maybe not. Maybe they might be 1 year apart, but I remember evaluating all of them tapes, all of it. And so here we are. This is when you expect a player to really turn that corner. This is exactly when you expect for him to turn that corner and earn that money.
That's what I'm saying.
This might be perfect for him because I don't think Jalen gets another contract with us. And so that money might be available to him.
Well, I'm not. Man, that's imagine me not being on the contract conversation, because it's valid. It's a valid conversation to be had with this particular player as well. But I'm very interested in leadership. Tariq Stevenson. I want to know what that looks like. That might be exactly what he needs as a player to be more disciplined, to be more controlled.
I'm just not down on him like everybody. I know he's just going through some young boy shit, and he just gotta trim them edges a little bit, man. That's all. He'll be all right.
Well, this is isn't this contract year? Or is that next year?
Might be next year.
Because it's getting to the.
Gentlemen, I think it's contract year, boys. While you're talking, Trevor, I'm gonna look.
I think he's going into year 3.
I think this is contract year, man.
So either way, it's getting to the point now where it's like, all right, you've been given the opportunity to grow up, mature, if you will, but you only get so long to do that, and if you're gonna have those same issues going forward, now that's going to be a problem. But if he can straighten up, fly right, and get it right between the ears, he could be that Pro Bowl guy. So either way, it's very precarious right now, razor's edge, if you will.
So it's contract year for sure, right? So he's drafted.
This is contract year?
Yeah, bro. I'm confirming right now.
It'd be a fool to let this guy go.
Well, you know what it is, man.
They'd be stupid. He go anywhere. He's gonna be a stud star.
Let's have this conversation, because I thought they were stupid for letting go of Kevin Byard. I thought they might be stupid of letting go of Nashawn Wright. I thought they found a diamond in the rough. They had no bones and let both those guys go. They did not. I guess polls drafted Tyreek, but the regime did not. So I'm just saying we are in year 4 now. 2026 is his 4th year. Sorry. Yeah, it's year 4. There's been no attempt to re-sign this player or really have that conversation. So he has to go and have a season this season. And his contract was backloaded, as most rookie deals are backloaded. He stands to make the most money in his career this year. And if he blows it up, maybe they extend him because, hell, they need to have a secondary on this team. But
I'll tell you a weakness, kids, and this is just me being real transparent right now, as much as I love this kid. One of the things I see as a weakness, and I can tell when somebody is got their feet kicked up in the off season and when somebody's been out there grinding. This sounds weird, especially for a DB. When you see flab and fat around the butt, that dude ain't really done a whole lot in the off season. Let me tell you why. Because when you get out on the field, when that thing is moving around, jumping around, and you're a cornerback, that's supposed to be grade A ham right there. You know what I mean? He was a little hammy, not last year, but the year before that. And I was just like, oh, he's relaxed. He's comfortable out there. This is before Dennis Allen got here. And I noticed that this is just me watching tape, and I'm just like,
so you're talking about
how DB, what kind of shape you need to be in to be traveling with all these receivers, whatever position you got to travel with them from, how many snaps you got to be in A1 shape. And I'm looking at Tyreek, and I'm just like, oh, he's a little hammy out there. He looked like a safety at times. And he's heavy. That boy was well over 205 pounds at times. I'm watching him on the field. And for a corner, that's not ideal weight for somebody that needs to be swift, flip his hips, and be able to transition really, really well and chase down the field for 40, 50 yards. You need to be real, let's just say as light as you can be without being fragile when it comes to tackle. And so you have to really concentrate and make sure you maintain the proper weight. I can see he was overweight.
Well, that was the season. That was the Fail Mary season. But I think not only do I think, I know he came back last season and looked great. Was he a little bit immature still last season? Yeah, he was. But he did play admirably when given the opportunity. I think I think this player will be a bit of a difference maker on this team if given the opportunity to really play the season out. There's the other guy I want to see, but I don't know how. Like, if they're not giving that guy reps and he's just not a nickel, I don't know how he gets on the field, man. Terrell, but love this player, Tariq. I think I think the world of Tariq. And like I'm saying, I think really all he needed, maybe, I'm hoping, was just, hey, now you're the lead, you're the captain now, bro. You're the leader of that secondary to a certain degree, because Jalen is a leader, but not like that. He's just a leader by example. I think this guy may become the vocal leader of this secondary, which is surprising, but I think it's what he probably needs to calm down.
Well, the money's there to be had. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be on the table. It's up to him if he's going to, get up to the table to get it, and how much it's going to be.
You're right.
Like Nomad is saying, of course, if it's not here for the Bears, he'll be in the league someplace.
Yep.
But I'm sure, hometown or the team that drafted you, is kind of a goal for these guys.
They're gonna be a fool. They'll be a fool not to. We'll let this play out, but I gotta curb this conversation because we run a little bit overtime with the Bears conversation, so we can get to some other stuff. Remember, you guys, we got plenty more where this came from. We just got started. Plenty more in-depth conversation about the Bears and these position groups, the battles that's going to happen during camp, because there's going to be plenty of them. There's going to be a lot of good news, and I'm sure some stuff that we wish we didn't hear, but here we go. Here we go. So let's get to some food real quick, because we got to talk about some of that. I can't wait to hear what
Samuel, stop staring at this boy's backside, man. What's wrong with you?
Talking about how jiggly and delicious it looks.
Don't be taking no advice from Nomad.
Hey, I watch people get told that during camps, man. So people had to get their shit right.
Well,
ignore that. So let's get to some.
Girls, can you put this brother on pause for me, man?
Right. Tell him Mojo Jojo Loco.
Anyway, anybody want to read this?
Sam will put you up. All
right. He said we got Mississippi spaghetti. The ingredients: ground beef, angel hair pasta, that's that very thin one, ranch powder, peppercini juice, beef broth,
what's that?
Pepperoncinis, butter au jus gravy mix, and smoked sausage, which is optional.
Okay, what's missing?
I don't know. I never had this before. What is it?
Beef broth, butter.
I can dig it. They know no tomatoes of any kind, no red sauce.
This is similar to the dirty spaghetti we did the other day. I mean, weeks ago. But this, I think, is even better.
What's pepperoncini juice? What's that? I don't know what
pepperoncini is. It's a pepper.
That green thing on the spoon there.
Okay.
Comes in a jar.
Yeah. They're kind of sweet, kind of. They got their own individual flavor. They're not hot.
Like they're sweet and spicy at the same time. Is sort of
kind of, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I got you.
No, you got to get you some of these.
Yeah.
And
you use the juice. Yeah, so this is a different way of pasta. No tomato paste, no tomato sauce. So nothing red up in there. You know, you got all the light colored stuff. But with that ranch powder and that au jus gravy, you know, you got some nice flavors going on up in there.
That beef broth, bringing it all together.
Yeah.
Dog, this is a winner. This takes my traditional spaghetti thinking has tomato paste every time. Number one, I'm always game for another way to think about this. And this is another way to think about spaghetti. This is truly another way to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the fact that you haven't had a pepperoncini. That's kind of you like alien.
You've had it because they're in a lot of
different dishes. I bet you I have and just didn't know what it was called, but I'll go looking for it. I'll try something like this because I've had something along these lines and it's delicious. I truly have to say it's very good.
Hey Trips, looking at these ingredients. He got up and walked away, but looking at these ingredients, you can easily say this when it comes together has a little twang to it.
Oh yeah. It's got a little kick, and then the au jus and the beef broth. You know, it's got that beefy, bold flavor to it, and so it's just a different profile than you're used to from your typical, you know, spaghetti or pasta dish. And then being that it's angel hair pasta, it cooks, you know, in half the time of regular spaghetti, you know, because it's that much thinner and that much finer.
So when I heard about this, the first one that I saw
is
the one I want. And it says down at the bottom, smoked sausage is optional. No, put that smoked sausage in there. Put that smoked sausage in there. It just adds. I personally, I don't know how you guys are, but I love a meaty pasta. Mix. I don't want a pot. I can eat a pasta that didn't have any meat, but I won't enjoy it quite as much as I would with all the meat.
I don't even want it without some kind of, you know what I mean? Without something with chicken, beef, something. I'll pass right by it. if it's just noodles. You know what I mean?
Go
Man,
T
shit,
Will in the
it's
building.
noodles with some garlic and some butter. You all right?
Man, and the butter. See, the butter in this smooths the entire dish out.
Really?
You got the au jus powder, you got the ranch powder, you got the peppercini juice, you got the beef broth, all that stuff coming together. It's kind of loose a little bit. You put enough butter in that thing, it's gonna smooth it right on out and make that thing silky to your fork. And that's what I want. I want that thing to roll off my fork like silk and grab those noodles. That's the thing when people, what up, Terrence? I see you up there, T Will.
T Will.
When people make pasta, some of the pasta, and I've made spaghetti like this at times, where I like a runny, saucy pasta. But sometimes that don't work well when it ain't grabbing onto the noodles. That butter is gonna put that sauce on that noodle. So whatever that mix of au jus and ranch dressing and it's gonna bring it all there. Don't forget that butter. Smooth that shit right on out.
Butter. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, is this something you think you might try? Any of you two guys?
Most definitely me for sure. This is right up my alley across the board. But I'm gonna try carbonara with it. Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah, because there's pasta is kind of like burgers. There's a lot of different ways to prepare your burgers and enjoy them. Same with pasta. This is just a variation on a spaghetti dinner.
I know.
And Samo brought up he's been seeing a lot of these Mississippi, recipes. What makes this Mississippi? I have no idea.
That's how they do it in Mississippi.
Okay, fair enough.
And I'll say this too, man. I don't know, kids, if y'all have, if au jus mix is even in y'all's repertoire when y'all cooking shit in Canada. But that fucking powder right there.
So remember that thing I said about ETTE?
No, remind me.
I was just saying it's French. Au jus is French, bro.
So that y'all got that.
It means with juice. That's what that actually. That's the direct translation. So 100% we have au jus out here. We can get that. We can get it at the store, but I would probably even go. There's a couple of spots where I can just get it pre-made for like $1 or $2. And
la bon temps roulé.
So au jus mix, I found. I'm
only. Laissez le bon temps roulé. Okay, I'm with it. That's not the good. That is a direct translation of let the good times roll. That's well.
I'm pointing this out because I mess around with some of these powders, whether it's turkey gravy, whether it's brown gravy, whether it's beef gravy, whatever gravy anybody can buy in a pack. The ranch powders and all this stuff. I mess with them all just to see what they bring to the table in different things. But there's nothing quite as powerful and as flavorful as an au jus mix. That I've come across yet. Now you put that shit in a mixture like this, and on top of that, you put some ranch. This is flavor to the max, I'm telling you.
See, it's weird, man, because I've tried to make it a few times on my own with the mix, and it just never turns out the way I want it to turn out. So, like I'm saying, I have been. You might catch me going to a couple of spots and getting their au jus pre-made and running with that. Like there's, y'all have Quiznos. You guys got Quiznos.
Yeah, Quiznos. Yeah,
man,
I ain't seen that in a while.
Quiznos, like they're not quite as ubiquitous as they may have been a couple of years ago, but they do a decent au jus. Cost you like $2.
Just FYI, there's a immediate back of the tongue spiciness, but there's also the sweetness, and so you could smell it as well. But the what are these? The pepperoncinis? They're quite tasty. You can just.
Oh, you got some right there. Okay.
Yeah, right.
You find those on the side of every gyro plate, Euro plate you get in the Chicago.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
is it more of
because they look
like antipasto?
Let me see if I can get one of these out.
No, not
No?
quite. No. It's more like a banana pepper.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, all right. That's kind of what I thought originally. All right, I'll go grab some and I'll throw it into something real soon to give it a good go.
Yeah,
It's
here you
more.
go. It looks like this.
It's like a banana pepper.
Oh, it's like a banana pepper
Yeah.
for real. Okay. Then like I say, I'm 90%. I've had some in different capacity, but all right.
All right. Any last thoughts about this? I'm gonna make this soon.
I have one final thought. Remind me to tell you to push the food right up next to the chef, because I was hungry earlier, and then we started talking about bears, and I forgot I was hungry. It was good, and now I'm hungry all over again. But
Well, I'm sorry, kid.
It's all good. I'm just a little 2 cents. You know what I mean? Gotta make my I got the word scrolls, man. It was you can quote that one later on.
It's Rose, if he's hungry now, wait until I show him this.
Oh shit, here we go. God damn it.
Anybody want to read it? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I got you. This is interesting, bro. All right. Peach buffalo wings. Ingredients: smoked paprika, garlic powder, salt, garlic, butter, soy sauce, peach preserves, wing portions, and an air fryer.
Before you get to it, the only reason why this is gonna be best coming out of an air fryer is because you're using the peach preserves and you want that shit to stick. You stick this in hot oil or oil,
it's just gonna burn right off. Yeah, you're right.
It's gonna flush off, and you won't get the maximum flavor of the peach preserve. So air fry this immediately.
I'm with you. Like that, yeah. Air fried wings are like surprisingly good, y'all. Like I don't know what else to tell you.
You know how many people haven't had those?
Really?
A lot of people.
I get the peach is like its own natural sweetness, but there's no hot sauce. So what makes these buffalo?
I forgot that. That's when my brain fart happened last night.
Oh, okay. So there's supposed to be hot sauce. Okay.
So on that Tyreek Stevenson last night.
I got brain fart big time. Yeah, you're right, Trish. I'm reading it now. I'm just like, I know where he's going. I forgot the damn sauce. So your sauce here is optional. Me, I'm gonna start with a Louisiana and go from there with the garlic and butter. That's gonna be my mix.
Okay. You can get some nice Franks or something. Yeah.
If that's your flavor, you go there. You can go here with
Frank's got a Louisiana too, by the way. It's obviously not hot, but it ain't terrible.
Little guy, hey, what's the hot sauce with the little guy on the horse and he's doing like a rodeo? What's the name of that shit? And that's big in Missouri everywhere you go.
Not Tampico.
No, it's regular Texas Pete.
Texas Pete.
That's what you're gonna find everywhere in Missouri. Every fucking where you go, you're gonna find Texas Pete. And the Texas Pete isn't hot. Texas Pete is extremely flavorful. So if you're not in the hot, but you want that taste that makes you think it's a hot wing, Texas Pete is a hot sauce for you. Yep, there you go. My y'all got it right on out the gate. So this right here. So I had this at where was I? In freaking Flossmoor somewhere. In freaking Flossmoor. But it was a battered wing in grease.
Oh.
And it was good because it was, instead of using the preserves, they they use a wet batter with the rub powder in it. So imagine battering up your wings like in a wet batter and putting peach rub in it. So you taste the peach.
Oh, okay. I'm with you.
You
So it's
taste
not like a sauce in that case. It's like it's baked right into
baked into the cake.
Okay.
It's baked into the cake. And so you definitely tasted it. But it cannot be as strong as this would be coming out of the air fryer when you did nothing there to remove the preserves off of there. So if you like sweet and a little heat, this is probably one of the better wings you're gonna probably eat.
So Scrolls is saying that Church's Chicken gives you the Texas Pete. So that's interesting. So I don't think they sell it here. I'm gonna look in the store, but I've definitely had it at Church's a couple of times over the years. It's not a bad sauce, not bad at all. This situation here though, you know me, man. Throw some chicken in the air fryer. I don't give a shit what you do with it. I'm probably gonna eat it. This meal, like this style peach, it's weird for me. Most of the time, I don't like peach has a weird aftertaste for me that either I'm going to love it or yeah, just for me personally, it's like a love-hate thing. It's either amazing or I'm completely out. But that probably would not stop me from devouring this entire plate of wings.
What you think about this, Trip?
Yeah, it looks good. I definitely mess with them. You know, maybe some not only wings but thigh.
Ooh.
Yeah, I do that too.
Mm-hmm.
I see here is where somebody might tell you, okay, is blue cheese the best dip for this? And I had blue cheese on my wings there. I only had 2 of them. It was somebody else's wing, a girl I was messing with, and I tasted them. And it was blue cheese there, but I can definitely imagine ranch here too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with no ranch though.
So ranch, people eat too much ranch. People eat ranch on every damn thing.
I guess you're right.
Ranch ain't necessary. Like you got to grow up as far as your taste buds go. So if you got people eating hot wings with ranch, they ain't grown. You got.
It's a very serious judgment. You know what I mean? Grow up, man.
You ain't grown, man. I did that shit when I was a little ass boy. Get you some goddamn blue cheese, man.
It's funny because I had ranch for so long, and my wife whipped up some ranch dressing. I don't know, about a month, maybe 2 months ago, and I was like, "Damn, this is good." It just been so long since I had me just some ranch dip for stuff, and ever since I've kind of had a bit of a ranch dip hankering, you know. So I'm with it either way, blue cheese, ranch. But most of the time, I'm trying not to dip my wings at all, man. I'm just gonna crush them as they are.
What about you, Trips? You don't talk too much about wings, man. I don't think. I got a feeling Trips sees wings as not enough meat for me.
Well, it's not that. It's I don't have an air fryer, and I don't like. I like fried chicken, but it's just too labor intensive, and you know, you got the oil you got to do something with and shit, and you know, it's just not easy. Let's say, you know, you could put them in the oven, or you know, but that's different. But frying is just something that I like for chicken, and I would eat this, but just not something I prepare a lot because you just a pain in the tuchus, you know, preparing them.
Not really, man. Not really. I don't like I get my wings. I just did some of these yesterday. Not these particular ones, but I just did some wings yesterday because my girl is off. I came home from working and she was just like, I was just like, "You want some wings?" And she just looked at me, just like, "You know what? That's good. That'll be good." And I hacked up some whole wings, the whole wing. and I cooked all of it, the little flapper and everything. And we just decided to eat some regular wings, and you put your own shit on it. She just put, ranch on hers, and she's still immature when it comes to that, but she will do it with buffalo wings.
Damn.
She will do it with buffalo wings. She will go, Samo, look at Samo. He new to the blue cheese gang.
Right.
Hey, you grown as fuck now.
Yeah, because that blue cheese is bitter, Samo. When you're young, it's like, that's kind of bitter. It's sour. But now, your palates as they've matured. So yeah, don't give me some of that blue cheese. I like that contrast with the sweetness and the friedness.
It's delicious. I didn't know what I was missing. I did not know what I was missing. And especially, actually, this blue cheese would be perfect for a sweet wing because it contrasts so well. It's got that twang to it, Trips is kind of talking about. And that's a perfect contrast. I'm always looking for contrast in my food.
I prefer it with a hot wing, to be honest with you. I'm not much of a, as we've talked about ranch and now blue cheese. I'm not really a big sour cream guy. So I'd probably lean towards a blue cheese with hot wings as opposed.
What does sour cream have to do with this?
I'm just saying, like, some people like to dip their hot wings in sour cream. I don't do it. I can't.
Where are they from? Mars?
You never know, because sour cream, much like yogurt as well, will neutralize heat. Nobody's really dipping wings in yogurt.
Well, sour cream is the, other than the ranch seasoning, is the ingredient in ranch dressing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the ranch seasonings and sour cream.
What kind of heathens you hanging around with?
Just the regular kind.
Yeah, the normals. And if you don't have sour cream, you can put the ranch flavor packets, those seasonings, in some plain Greek yogurt. Yeah.
Man, what the hell? Next year, y'all gonna be dipping shits in French onion dip and bean dip. What the hell? Y'all just doing potato chip dip for wings and shit. What we doing, bro?
Well, ranch dip, French onion dip, it's all dip. Whatever you dip in it, dip a chip, dip a wing.
So what is your base? If you were to make a ranch dip, what's your base, Nomad? What do you base? What is like the base of the dip?
I think dill is the key. Probably some kind of sour cream, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's made, to be honest with you.
Okay. This is
so the flavor profile.
So sour cream and ranch. Yeah.
Probably a little vinegar somewhere in there.
There might be some of those things, but the base is either, the two things that Trip was saying. It's either sour cream or sometimes mayonnaise may also be a potential move.
I'll be dipping that shit in avocado and spinach dip next.
Man, hell yeah, you dip those in some nacho cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, man, you don't do
you tripping if you what can't you dip in nacho cheese? Shit. You dip some of the wings up in there, shit, get you I would say some hoisin sauce, but you already got the sweetness with the peach. So that would like maybe be a little overpowering with the sweetness, but also anything sauce related. You know what I mean?
Trish, we already know.
Like honey mustard would like contrast is nice.
Tripp's ass ain't scared to cross no terrain as far as food goes.
But you shouldn't be. Don't be scared now. You shouldn't be scared.
Don't be scared.
The man put goddamn sardines in his goddamn spaghetti. He ain't scared.
Okay, all right. So like,
anchovies going there. And sardines ain't nothing but anchovies' cousin.
Thanks for reminding me, man. I was like,
I was with him. Afraid to cross the range, bro.
Look, I'm an adventurous guy, and I'm much like my boy underneath me here, man. But yes, there are some lines where I kind of have to, stand my ground. You know what I mean? So yeah,
there's all a blur with him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man.
I mean, even if you get like a puddle of ketchup, puddle of barbecue sauce, the old standbys.
Yeah, he's right.
Horseradish, you gonna go there too?
Hey,
Well,
man.
I'm not a horseradish kind of guy.
So,
That's just around Easter, with unleavened bread and all that.
oh, okay. Man, how y'all make me
Man
so
gonna be putting
damn.
mayonnaise on his wings and everything.
No, man, you mix that up with your ranch mix, man, and you good to go,
Now
bro.
dipping French fries in mayonnaise, that is delicious.
See, you just wow for no goddamn reason.
Oh, look, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So when you are in Europe, you're gonna see MFs eating French fries with mayonnaise, and you go like, why? Right? Like, huh?
Where they do that at?
The entire continent of Europe does it.
That's why they're in fucking Europe.
That's why they're in Europe.
That's where they need to stay.
It's delicious. You gotta try it.
I'm letting you know.
You need to move with them, Trip.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If you're ever across the pond and you're looking at all the weird stuff that's going on over there, try some of the weird stuff. You'll be better for it. So, like, straight up, I'd never eaten like fries with mayonnaise before, but when I got to the spot, I had some of the best fries I've ever had in my whole life. I don't know what they make this shit out of. Like, I would just think potatoes, but these fries were so good. And it came with like a little thing of ketchup and a little thing of mayonnaise. That's how they served it. And I was like, let me eat my fries. And real talk, most of the time I'll just eat it with salt. And I'm enjoying these French fries. The thing is, I was just coming off of keto and I couldn't really eat ketchup because there's so much sugar content in the ketchup. So I was like, man, what the hell? And I dipped a chip and I was like, snap, like they ain't lying. This is actually pretty good.
This guy would come back from Europe and everybody be looking at him. We're like, what the fuck wrong with him? This fool out here trying to herd stray cats.
I don't even particularly like cats, but look, I did a bunch of. I'll
tell you that.
I will not. I'm just saying. I did a bunch of things in Europe that were awesome, including something along the lines of what our friend the chef did today. I had a bunch of, as I was going through, people were like, bro, did you have the pancakes yet? Did you have the pancakes yet? And I'm like, what's up with y'all on the damn pancakes? What's with the pancakes? And then a homie kind of was like, yo, I'm going to show you what's up with the pancakes. We're going to breakfast tomorrow. So we went to breakfast and my pancake was massive. It was just this big old pancake, but much like Chef Trip did today, they come over there and they go, hey, like, what do you want in your pancake? And I was like, what do you mean? Like, just like, like wheat and shit. I don't know what you're mean. Like, just make my pancake. They're like, no, sir. You can have like chocolate chips, lemon, peaches, like you name it, sausages, bacon, you name it. We'll put it in your pancake. What would you like in your pancake, sir? Oh, snap. Okay, well, let's go with some lemon. Okay, we'll try lemon. Man, they baked the lemon. They fried right up in there, much like what Chef Trip did today, and it blew my mind. That's why when I saw it today, I was like, okay, Chef, you go, man. You go. But they've got different fare over there from a food perspective that would honestly surprise you. And the other thing that surprised me was how slim they were given the bullshit they eat.
Honestly, I probably wouldn't eat most of it.
Well, but as soon as they eat that pancake, they get on the bicycle and pedal their ass home.
But this is it. You nailed it, right? The whole place it's kind of small, and everybody bikes. Ain't nobody really got to buy a car, so they're biking around doing their thing, getting that exercise, burning off whatever calories is there so they can eat French fries and pancakes. They use pancakes to wrap sandwiches like a Euro.
Yeah.
Wrap.
You lay down a pancake, it ain't nothing but like a tortilla.
That's what they do.
And so you put stuff in and then you wrap it up in there and there you go.
Brother, I went to the deli, I got a sandwich and came out the deli and took a bite in this sandwich. I looked at because like it was me and my boss, we went down and I was like, bro, like what this ain't bread, you know? Like what's the wrap? It's like, it's a pancake. Really?
The best diet I've seen out there, as far as when you're traveling abroad, is the Mediterranean diet, especially if you're in that part of the world. You're talking about whether you fry the fish, grill the fish, bake the fish, pan fry, whatever you do with the fish. It's a lot of fish, and it's a lot of olives, a lot of olive oil. Very healthy.
Yeah, nothing bad for you.
Yes, right out of the water. That is, that's how a lot of people in the live over there in the boot. They eat like that.
Well, that's the thing, but it's easier for them because all their stuff is fresh out of the water. As in, like trying to, consume a Mediterranean diet here or in Canada, you're gonna pay because the freshness for those ingredients, the fishes, the olive oils, the veggies, that's imported. You know what I mean? So to try to be healthy, you got to be able to afford that.
You ain't wrong, man. And like I was so, man, there's a lot of Mediterranean spots here, like a lot. And I remember talking to my uncle. I was like, hey, like, have you ever had like Mediterranean type food before? And he was like, why? You know what I mean? Like, he had no
like that flavor profile, man.
No, I don't think he was really introduced to it. And I was like, man, I gotta take you to go and have some of this food because it's a different thing. I think you'll love it, man. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that, but I've really started to fall in love with Mediterranean food as well. It is fantastic. I kind of go out of my way. There's a spot called Jimmy the Greek. I don't know if y'all have that out there.
Look at that monkey run.
Man, it's good, bro. They'll just give you a Greek salad and put awesomeness on top of it. A couple of skewers here, some beef there, some lamb. It is delicious.
It has its own flavor profile. Like AC saying the olives, the Gouda cheese, roasted olives,
and feta and
the fetas, and
tomatoes,
the sake sauce, and
roasted
vegetables.
I like to marinate chicken in Mediterranean marinades and put them on the grill.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife has figured out how to make hummus now, and
terrible
shit.
Chickpeas.
What's that? You're not a hummus fan?
That shit is awful.
Well, they got flavors of hummus. I mean, it depends on what you put in it. That's how it tastes.
It's actually delicious. And
you shouldn't have to put nothing in it. You're just supposed to get a chip and dip it in it.
Well, but sometimes you got like roasted garlic or, roasted tomatoes or roasted tomato and garlic.
So I would suggest eating it with pita or pita chips. Very good, very healthy, very low BS, man. So especially given the amount of folks that come from that part of the world that are out here in Canada, it's ubiquitous. Again, with the U word, just for you scrolls. But it's hummus is everywhere, man. Chicken shawarma is the shit. Like, you got it. And you may get your chicken shawarma with a little bit of hummus on it.
Yeah.
You will enjoy it. But hummus and pita go together like nothing doing, man. Super
because they like peanut butter and jelly. But hummus is made from chickpeas.
Yeah.
Which are, you grind them up or pound them down, whatever, and they're healthy. But you can change the flavors of your hummus. Just like dips. Like you got French onion dip, you can have like a French onion hummus. You got whatever nacho cheese flavored dip, you can have a nacho cheese flavored hummus. So it's very customizable.
Man, I wish y'all had more access to shawarma because
shawarma is all over Chicago.
Is it? I'm so happy.
There's gyro places that don't have shawarma, and then there's Greek places that get both.
It's beef, right? Like, and I mean, like, it's a war. Because
tomato.
We got a whole place called Greek Town, bro.
But like, so here's the thing: shawarma ain't Greek.
It's kind of.
Isn't it
It
Turkish?
is kinda, and they would love to tell you that it is.
Turkish.
I'm just saying. So it's more
Turkish?
Turkish, Arab, Lebanese. Like that's more shawarma. Same thing with doner, which is a euro, but it's made by the again by the more Arabic peoples as opposed to Greek, all from Mediterranean. So like here, it really depends on what you're
different
trying
parts
to
of the med.
Yep, depends on where you're going. You'll either get you'll either get a euro, one thing, or you'll go get shawarma, which is very similar, but slight differences in what they put in it.
But being from here, it's all the same shit to us.
Well, especially if it's like you go to the Euro shop and they're also selling shawarma, right? Like the Greeks will pass this off as their own shit. I've seen it; they do it here all the time until like shawarma shops started popping up on their own, and they're sort of like, hey, like this is our own thing. This is
you don't see us selling gyros in here, do you?
Oh yeah, but that's what happened. And this is sort of this is what I'm saying. Like what happened was they're like, oh yeah, really? All right, so here's a doner, and the doners are basically.
I gotta tell y'all this is some personal shit, and hopefully this don't expose me too much. But as a child, since about 11 years old, me and my teammates and shit, I've been playing football with the same cats forever. And we go to the place where everybody go to get their gyro right around my area. Euro every time. Get it the same way. I get mines with extra what is it, cucumber
sauce?
Extra tzatziki
sauce.
And the owner, the older guy, the dad, he had about like 3 sons working in there, and they used to deal with us all the time. And the dad would just be listening over. And then one day he said, and these are Greeks with fairly dark skin and kinky curly hair. And it's funny. It started off as an argument, but we ended up laughing when it was over. And he heard me say the same thing all the time: extra tzatziki. And I say cucumber sauce at the time. I'm saying cucumber. And he would just be over there on the side like cucumber. I was like, you nappy head mother. And I said that to him, and he just fucking fell out laughing. I said, you nappy head motherfucker. And he fell out laughing. And from that point on, every time I go in there, that man is old as dirt now. And every time I go in there, he said, hey, nappy head. I said, you nappy head mother. Every time I go in there. And he falls out laughing the same fucking way. He just, because nobody ever went in there and called him nappy headed, because,
because it would be inappropriate and rude.
Well, because he was mocking me, calling man, cucumber. He said, every time this guy, cucumber. I said, you nappy head motherfucker.
Pepsi.
I'm never indignant with people when I'm going to order food. That day he just
indignant? No.
Never. Ever.
Well, no, he specified when he's going to order food.
Hell no.
He did put that little qualifier.
I'll beat your ass in the street, but when you fucking with my food, I'm gonna be the polite motherfucker there. Trust me. And he just cucumber. What is this? I said, you nappy head motherfucker. And he just fell out laughing. And every time over the years, I gotta call him a nappy head motherfucker every time I go in there.
I like you, Malakas.
He just yeah, that's funny, man, because Greek people, they're very let's just say traditional when it comes to how they make stuff. Like if I go in there and ask for American cheese on my euro, they don't like that too much. But they do it because they know that's how I like it.
Yeah, like shit, they ain't eating it.
Some people go in there and order barbecue sauce on a euro. They piss them off.
Oh,
they damn sure charge you an extra $1.50 for that slice of cheese.
Oh, they should too, man. If you're asking for it, like if you're at the Euro spot and you're looking and they got like the glass and they're gonna make it right in front of you, they ain't no, you know, 50 cents. They ain't gonna charge you $1.50 for that slice of cheese. Oh, they gotta go.
Yeah.
They ain't no Do they have American cheese behind the glass? They probably have to go fetch that shit.
Oh no, it's there because they
they
use
have it there. Oh,
all
okay.
that shit. They
But then
just
also, I mean, I
order
get
it on your euro.
I get that. All right, you want to add extra ingredients to a dish. All right, you got to pay a little extra for those ingredients. Fine. But if I order my euro, add cheese, no tomato, I want a deduction from the price because guess what? I'm saving you some tomatoes.
Oh, see, you an asshole.
What?
Oh, you want a deduction now?
Well, am I taking the tomatoes and just throwing them away?
Tomatoes
No.
coming with it, and you can't do nothing with it. Trip, stop arguing about that shit.
No, you can keep them. Keep your damn tomatoes. Yeah.
Trip's an asshole, man.
Don't give them to me.
Trip's a straight asshole, man.
That's
so
too
if you
funny,
keeping them,
He didn't
I'm
want
not
somebody
paying
to
for it.
deduct on his price. He an asshole, man.
That's hilarious.
You
can keep it, he
Add
says.
cheese, keep the tomatoes, and we'll just keep it the same price.
Oh, snap.
How you get like that, man?
Well, that's the Jewish in me.
Oh man, I guess you can have it your way, man. Somebody said that.
I think that was Burger King.
I think it was BK. That was too funny, man. That was too funny.
It was like, customers always right, but you might not be welcome back.
No, and beware what they do to your sandwich before they hand it to you.
Yeah, but that's the
Thank
thing.
God there's that glass and you can see. You know what I mean? Like they're making it right.
If you can't see them cooking or there's a kitchen, don't be tripping.
Don't trust it.
But like if like a Subway or something that's right there in front of you, talk all that shit.
Don't trust them motherfuckers either. I'm just saying.
All right. We got to take a hard turn, a little bit more serious. But we do this only in the way that the Nomad Network can handle this. Take a hard left turn and go into something that you need to know about. And it's more serious than everything we've been talking about on the show tonight because it's life. And it's just the way current events, it's the current of current events that have taken us here. And so you should be prepared for what we're about to talk about. And give me a second so I tee this up. But only the Nomad Network can do this like this, man. But get ready for what we're about to talk about. We are in a farming crisis here in the United States. Fellas, if one of y'all can do the honors here to read this off, we can get into detail about this. We got 2 parts to it real quick, but anybody want to read this off, man, we can get into it.
Sure, I'll read it. U.S. farming crisis. The farming crisis in the U.S. is severe. It is driven by record high costs and plunging market prices for crops. Agricultural groups such as Farm Aid, American Farm Bureau Federation, AFBF, report that cumulative financial losses are nearing $100 billion nationwide.
So from afar, kids, what does that look like to you? I mean, just right off of its face, I ain't gonna say it's new to you, but I'm assuming you didn't know this data.
This is technically new data for me. Long story short, sound like your price is about to go up, bro. Sound like grocery store gonna get you, man. We were on this a little bit last week.
Yeah, I had to go ahead, Trip.
Yeah, it's a crisis not because of one factor. There are multiple factors contributing, and they're all just kind of hitting at the same time. And it started with the Doge cuts when they cut, USAID, when they cut the school food programs. That was a lot of the grown material from the farmers right there from those two programs. All right. So now there's a tariff war with China, and China was like, all right, we ain't buying no more of your soybeans. We're buying from Argentina, Brazil, or some shit. And so that's, another factor because they bought so much of it, of the inventory. And then the food banks and all of the other social service programs, cut. So that's another, customer, like the fourth customer that these farms would sell to. And then their inputs got higher, with their diesel costs and everything petrol related. Their fertilizers that they couldn't get because of the war of choice over there in the Middle East. And now the fertilizers they do have is higher priced. And then the restrictions on equipment like, your tractors, your Caterpillars, your John Deeres, and all that farm equipment that you couldn't work on yourself because of regulations that, you want to do a tune-up on your tractor, you got to take it to the dealership, and that'll be $20,000 or some shit, whatever it is. So there's a lot of elements contributing, to all of these independent farmers now having to sell out because they're bankrupt, and all of these individual properties are being snapped up by the corporate interests. And
hold on right there, Trips, because I'm gonna let you finish, but kids, if you don't mind reading part 2, because it's going right where Trips is headed.
Okay.
Feel like
it. Chapter 12 family farm bankruptcies have jumped by 46%. Up to 70% of producers have lost money and are operating well below break-even costs. As lenders have become hesitant to loan, so have opportunities to rent and or lease the land. Yikes. Multi-generational farmers are currently searching for employment opportunities to supplement their debts.
Yeah, that's the private equity coming in, snapping up these distressed, properties, and they're not utilizing them to grow, individual crops like that. They're restricting the market. And so if a corporate interest buys up 100 properties, that's 100 farms that are not producing. And then they are pricing out the farms that are still independent, and they're getting a stranglehold on the whole market. And it's not fair. It's not right, but it's what's happening. And we are living through it in real time. And so these crises aren't historic, something that happened that we're looking at studying. It's not something that, we project to happening. It's happening right now in real time. And so there's a lot of pain being suffered. There's a lot of people in the darkness right now, and they don't know where the light is. And we just can't take that for granted as we, live our everyday lives if we don't happen to live on a farm. Because guess what? We still consume things that come from those farms. And right now, all of that's messed up too.
So I gotta jump in here real quick. Trip eloquently broke this down into sections, and tied it all back together. But I'm gonna double them down a little bit, kind of bind it up a little bit tighter. There's a three-headed monster going on right here. There's a war in the Middle East for valuable resources that we need to be able to farm these crops. Number one, oil and gas prices all coupled into that so that people can travel and bring the products to and fro. All that being added into there. Also, the labor shortages because of ICE raids here in the United States. The people that do all that, that's the big, huge. And when I say the biggest, huge gut punch is the fact that we don't have people to farm the crops. Even the people that can farm the crops and get the produce there, we don't have the people to pick it and get it into, you got guys that farm tomatoes, bro, and you get you can ask for about $16 a box of those. You can take no less than 11 to be able to churn a profit.
Samo nailed it, bro. Samo.
We're gonna get into it. Hold on. We can't put it up there though. We can
What?
You can say it without saying it, but listen, the other thing is
tariffs unalive the farmers.
The tariff.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The tariffs. And on top of these people that can't, if you can't get at least $11 per box of tomatoes or olives or whatever you farming, they're getting like $3 and $4, man. They can't even pay salary.
So I'm gonna go a little bit closer to back where I was last Wednesday, and we'll talk about some of this here. So, starting with what Samuel just said. So
go ahead and read it.
So he just said tariffs on alive the farmers. I'll give the other side. He's saying that's why government just passes laws that limit the number of properties that a corporation can own to 300, which is still high in my opinion. They also have transparency over ownership law. Interesting point, brother, because that actually leads to something that you were talking a little bit about last week, Wednesday, Nomad, and that was just sort of shell corporations. You can have any number of shell corporations, which would then also have access to 300. So it's still an unlimited number.
Right, because you can have multiple shell corporations. You can have
then none of that's
not 300s.
That's what I'm saying. The number is actually unlimited.
But the thing is, kids, with that said, there should be laws, regulations, rules, and all that against it. But to Red Baron's comment, people in the upper echelons of the government, from the leadership on down, are doing insider, dealings and insider law, creation or insider regulation cutting, to take advantage of the situations they're creating. And so it becomes like just a ridiculous, circle, like, we're going down the drain of a toilet or something.
You can't, kids,
I think you muted.
How the hell did I get muted? You nailed it, man. You put that together so well. So let's just take a little bit of a step back. This is a perfect storm for America. I just perfect storm. So let's look at it for what it's worth.
It feels intentional too.
This is what I mean by perfect storm without saying it's intentional or a grand conspiracy. But let me map out the conspiracy and tell me if I'm crazy or not later on. So let's raise tariffs on Canada, who provides you with a bunch of the potash that you need to grow your crops. Let's do that. Let's go to war with the other area that could potentially service your potash requirement as well. So war, tariff war, cool. No potash. There goes a large chunk of your ability to grow. Like I'm saying, no potash. Like I'm sure maybe you can get some from us still, but the cost of it has been elevated by 50%. Because again, if you understand tariffs, the manufacturer is just going to pass that on. Like the Canadians aren't paying it.
It's like, just like a relay race for the bill.
Well, you know what I mean? Like we'll pay it, but we're going to pass that 50% on to your farmers who actually now can't afford it, right? Like now they can't afford it. So there's those two things. Then a certain Microsoft mogul has been purchasing farmland in major quantities. And again, we just discussed the fact that with regards to how much of the farmland, it could be an unlimited amount. It could be an unlimited amount. 300 by 300 by 300 to the amount of however many that guy decides to purchase or decides to create shell companies, shell corporations.
And it costs $300 to make an LLC.
Brother, and he's got millions of dollars to do it, right? So all of these things combined together, now puts you in a situation where he's created a perfect storm to squeeze out America to buy fake meat from him. Like, that's basically where you're headed.
Yeah,
maybe this is crazy conspiracy shit, but
it's not crazy, kids. I'll tell you why. It's the most sinister plan ever hatched by any group of men that have had a stranglehold over governments. And I'm not just talking about here in the United States, or I'm talking about anywhere.
Any government.
Anywhere. This is the most sinister plan, and this is basically their break glass moment. This is our chance to. I know that this is going to lose. This is going to fail miserably, but the end of it is the end of it. But in between here, where we're talking, you got farmers that 5, 6, 7 generations of people that have gone and left all this generational wealth to these people that are out there now in a food pantry line and also looking for a job because they cannot pay the people whoever they can get, because the normal people that they had to do this work ain't here no more. They're running from ICE raids.
From ICE, and this is the other part of the perfect storm. Thank you so much for bringing that out, because it just fell out of my skull. But there's the next layer. So let's remove that working class, that underworking class below and or in and around minimum wage of illegals. Let's remove that.
Without
now, nobody's going to want to. That labor force is gone now. Nobody's going to want to field and or tend to those crops to make that lower portion of money that those guys were whopping up on. Like this, it's one of the parts of the whole. Like I'm not. I don't live there.
Well, no, here's how they circumvent that, kids. They got the the H-1B1 visas, where there are certain qualifications for bringing in international quote unquote talent, for engineering positions all the way down to, I guess, labor.
No.
But part of the stipulations of these visas is that, let's say you are a business sponsoring them, and so basically you control these people's lives. They are your indentured servants because they work for you, and they're only in this country to work for you. Okay. So that means if they lose their job, or if they want to find different work, they got to go back home and find different job to come back. And so now you don't think people are going to take advantage of that situation with these people?
Even that don't even work, because they got stupid people in federal uniforms running the streets, just going wild and just pulling anybody in. And then once they put them into the system, don't nobody know where they're going.
Yeah,
so the people that on those visas, they ain't giving no provisions to none of them.
So let me just touch on some of that a little bit, because there's a couple of misconceptions.
Idiots running this shit.
Yes, you do. So nobody's. So H-1B1 visa has been in place for God knows how long.
Well, it's one of those, whatever visa.
No. It's they're the two kinds that you can have. But there's you would have to be sponsored by a company. Most of what you said is correct, except for the part where we're talking about labor. Ain't nobody moving to the United States of America for a labor job. Because nobody would. They're going to come here to guap up. It is the land of the capitalist, much like what FFT is saying there earlier on. So if you're an engineer, if you have some level of education, you can get a job. I can do this at any given time. Really, I can get a job in the U.S. and move, as sponsored by my employer.
Your ass would be stupid for doing it.
Part of the reason why I haven't done it thus far, to be frank with you guys, that was always my original plan until my father passed away in Florida. Right, my original plan was find myself a gig in the U.S., move up to Florida, kick it with my fam out there, and at some point become a U.S. citizen. And then, towers were destroyed, and an orange guy got into office, and
you're happy in the land of maple syrup.
You know what I'm saying? Maple syrup tastes really good.
As your homeboy, I would not let you pull that off, man. I'd do anything I could to stop you from trying to pull that off, because you just think because you speak completely good English, and okay, I'm not a brown person. I don't look like a Latino person, so I'm safe. Nah, dog, you ain't a U.S. citizen.
Oh no,
that means you'll be targeted.
In that respect, you're not. You're not wrong. I'm a little bit less worried about being quote unquote targeted, but you're not wrong. There are a fair amount of reports of weird ICE interactions with just regular visa holding Canadians at this point. Like, don't get me wrong.
Just the black ones, man, and the brown ones.
Oh no, you would be shocked how many white folks are having problems.
They ain't no
like,
white.
I mean, like,
oh no, they sucking them all up.
I'm talking Lily White, as you know, as so a quick 2-minute story on that. Basically, some lady is in New York City, of all places. She's in New York. Her and her husband had moved there. She's on her visa. They've been there for, I believe, 2 years out of their 4-year stay or something like that. And some girl wearing a MAGA hat came up to her and was saying just dumb stuff. You know, I not to quote it, I don't remember what she had said. And the Canadian lady kind of lost her stuff and slapped her. And this was the end of it. Except that girl called the police. The Canadian lady was rightfully charged. Fair, right? Like, you can't just assault people. But after being charged, she was then corralled by ICE and detained. It is still in detainment right now. So they're revoking her visa and likely sending her back to Canada. But none of that is under discussion. She's just basically being held
with no due process.
With no due process. She's now lost the job that she had.
What's happening to her?
Right, so that voids the visa. Now the visa has been voided. It's a really funky, weird situation across the board.
Yeah,
but
I got to tell
it's
you,
happening.
I got to tell you what's at risk here. If you're not a United States citizen, what's at risk is, like, who, I don't know who that lady is, and hopefully gets back to where she belongs without harm. But the problem is, not only are they violating rights, they're violating. If you know what I mean, they're violating people.
Hey,
literally out here violating them. Trips, don't go no further than that, because I know where your mind can go. But that's the risk. And you don't have to be a female to suffer that either.
I can dig it. I hear everything you're saying. I knew things were a little bit weird when the orange guy got in the first time, and I quite frankly haven't been back to your country since. And that's 2016. That was my 2015 was my last trip across the border. I haven't been back since. Love your country. I used to go every year. But like I say, I haven't been back in quite some time because I was a little bit weirded about where things were going, and it's just gotten progressively weirder as the years have gone by. It's now been 10 years. Wow, that's crazy. I've been in the U.S. in 10 years.
It's that kind of violation going on.
Yeah. So, you know, I have no definite interest in moving over there. If I did, it would have to be in a very specific capacity, man. It would have to be very specific, because again,
under no circumstances do you do that right now.
No, I don't trust it, man. Unfortunately, I hate to say it. I don't.
Zero circumstances. There's no money. There's no opportunity. There's no nothing here. You wait till this shit blows over, my boy. Don't you do that.
Well, you know what? I don't know if it's gonna. And that's
it's gonna blow over. It's gonna get better, but it's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Well, the question is how long is it gonna get worse for, right? So, unfortunately, I don't necessarily, like, I see me likely, because I can already get it. I see there. Shoot. Well, there's two things, right? Like, I have some property in Florida as it is, but I I will probably wind up going to Jamaica because I can just natively gain citizenship because my family's from Jamaica. So I
that
might just
property in
skip right.
Florida. Have
Yeah.
you considered selling that? Because you know it's about to be like ocean property, not ocean front, but ocean.
It's going to be underwater.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, what do you call that? Climate change and the raising sea levels, and considering that Florida, is hanging down there, as America's
It's on the
dong,
peninsula. Yeah.
it's losing land, yearly. So what used to be beachfront property is now on the beach, and it's going to keep doing that. And considering it is a big ass swamp, you know what I mean? What else you gonna do down there?
Well, I don't want to have that conversation yet. So like I may wind up letting it go. I may wind up letting it go. Unfortunately, I'm kind of getting taken to the cleaners with respect to what my take out of that would look like, and I don't like that. So I'm kind of just holding on to something right now for until somebody
Hey,
give me some
Well,
good money.
Sam will say, yes, South Florida sink.
Samo and Scrolls is giving it to you indirectly. What I'm trying to tell you, don't come here.
Oh no, you don't. Like I said, I didn't need that advice, or I'd be there already. I haven't been back to your country in 10 years, which is like, it's crazy. For me, that's crazy. Like since I was a child, I would go to I would come across the border and do some stuff every year on a yearly basis. Since my kids were born, I rekindled that general idea. I've been taking my kids over there for, they're now 22 and 25. So just since 2016, as soon as I saw things going a little bit weird, I haven't been by to visit you guys. And
well, now you can drive him across the Gordie Howe Bridge, eh?
No, not just that's I'm glad you brought that up too, because we are, and this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I'm just gonna say this out loud, but none of these governments work. They're all frigged, and somebody needs to do something about it. I'm not talking about party level stuff. I'm talking like just top down. Like if you could stand above all the governments, sort of look down at what they're doing, it's fucked worldwide. Yeah. And this is just one of those examples where my prime minister, who I have little to no love for, he just ponied up on this one and gave that bridge to y'all. Gave it to the U.S. He's like, hey, we're spending $6 billion on this bridge. Cool. U.S. put no money in the bridge, and y'all gonna make 50% of the tolls just because. So, shout out to the orange guy. He definitely got one over on my prime minister in this conversation. My prime minister came back and was like, "Oh yeah, we got a great deal on the bridge. Everything's cool."
Talking about that right now.
Well, he brought it up, and I'll end it real quick. Long story short, he's bullshit the entire Canadian population, and just want to put you on blast there, big guy.
All right, I'll tell you a couple things I want to point out before we end this conversation. Is you can think about it in a way of somebody that's brown that's from somewhere else. You can actually get a visa and a passport. These days, you can bootjack that. You can get that and come over here, and nobody will bother you. As soon as you show that, people will just get away from you because these people are unprofessional. They are checking this stuff. They don't know if they're looking at a fake one or a real one. They don't. However, even if you go through the lengths of doing that for some of your employees that you had over here to get them back here, why in the hell would they take that job that you have paying that little bit of money?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. So from a labor perspective, ain't nobody coming over and going through the process, quote unquote, to make under minimum wage. That's crazy. You know what I mean? That's crazy. You'll do that if you are,
Well,
illegal. Like if you're illegal, you will fill that void
But-
and make your money and stay off of
what
social
they're doing
insurance paychecks.
to circumvent that is, instead of like importing the lower wage laborers, they've lowered the age of working. And so, like, instead of being
smart.
18 to, have to work in a factory or whatever, you can be 12.
In certain states.
Holy shit.
Right.
In certain
12?
states.
Yeah.
In certain states.
In certain states, yeah, they lowered it to like 12-year-olds, on the midnight shift, doing whatever the fuck.
Holy shit.
That's when I tell you, that's how you know it's this rule that we've been living under our entire existences. It's over. It's over. We just watching the fat lady singing like a motherfucker, and this just kicking and screaming on the way down.
So I need to time out. So what they did was they said, all right, so we don't like these people here. They're illegal. We're going to kick them all out. But you know what's better than illegal people who are working under the table for the most part and not really even contributing to tax, but doing the labor we don't want to do? What's better than that? Child labor. Child labor is awesome. Let's get 12-year-olds to go and work the fields for less than minimum wage. That works for China.
Only problem with that, have you met a 12-year-old in the United States?
Right. Not the brightest. And so
you don't need to be bright to do a repetitive manual labor.
But the thing is, it's not.
But you might lose a finger or an arm or a hand.
Well, but that's the thing, though, kids. It's not just field labor or picking crops. It's manufacturing in places where they have machinery.
Brother, I know exactly what it is.
It's like, hey, take your little young ass in there and fix that machinery. Don't worry about if it's on or not.
Why you monitoring your social media? Why you got your phone? Go ahead.
That's sweatshop shit, man.
Yeah, it is.
It ain't gonna never work. Shit ain't gonna never work.
But that's the law in like Arkansas and other states now.
Because they're stupid. They're absolutely stupid. But that's the last thought I have with this. This is we're in critical mass, bro. 110%. And there ain't no, okay, what if this happens? What if no, it's happening.
Yeah. And it's coming to a head right now. Settle down, Red Baron. Because as the gap between the haves and have-nots is getting wider, because the haves are just straight up stealing from the have-nots and just leaving everybody, by the wayside as they get all theirs. It's been, building, but now it's to the point where something's got to give.
This is what I was talking about with respect to that grift that I was talking about, right? But now what we are identifying here today is that it's not just a grift for money, although it is, like, ultimately. It is now in a situation where it's going to affect your ability to eat food. Right? Like this is any kind of food. Right?
Food.
Any kind of food, because potentially it will be angled so that the only food that you can get access to is artificial foods as produced by Microsoft. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's the worry. Keep your eyes peeled on this shit, but I don't know how you maneuver around something like this, because they are sanctioning it. Like, and when I say they, the government is allowing and sanctioning this and making shit like and ensuring this to go down.
Like they're putting up the fences to herd all the population in like cattle. And it's like the fence posts are getting closer in and closer in and closer in.
It's shrinking.
There's no subterfuge here. This has to play out.
Well, like I say, I don't know what you do or how you get around that. I'm not trying to say that where I'm at over here, they're not trying to do more or less the same shit.
No, they're not.
To a point, they all are.
There's. Look, let's be clear about
New
something.
World Order.
Let's be clear about something. Here in this country, the people in leadership right now, and we're gonna end this after this because we have to. We only got a little bit of time left. There is something here that is causing this reaction to happen, and that is the billionaires, specifically in this country. I'm not saying the billionaires in other countries aren't in on it, but specifically here, since we're talking about here, they have put their lot into total domination. Instead of governing, instead of politics, instead of any of that kind of thing, they have put their lot in. We'll just control everything with our dumb asses. With all this money, I'm supposed to know exactly what to be doing with the world. I'm supposed to govern them because I have this much money and power. That was never going to work. That was never going to work. But this, again, there's no subterfuge here. This has to play out. You're going to find out. And I can't wait till this thing hits us. It's going to hit. People think it's going to be 4 years from now, 5 years, 6 years. Nah, this ain't going to take long. Promise you that. It ain't going to take long. It's already at needle point to begin with. And when it starts to go down, you're going to see all kind of scrambling roaches, rats, all kind of vermin running around, running the bunkers, trying to run to other countries that don't have dominion over, sending them back. That ain't going to work. People are going to change laws to make sure these people make sure they get what they got coming. So the people that don't have, extradition laws will have them. These rats and roaches ain't going nowhere. They will get held accountable, but we'll leave that there. I know you got a mouthful, kids. Go ahead real quick. I can see you leaning forward.
I don't really want to say anything here because I just don't. I don't see the fix you're describing. I don't see there being a fix. I have a problem with the idea of the system fixing the system. The system has to it has to break. It's the only way to you would have to subvert the system to beat the system.
I said nothing about the system fixing itself. I'm talking about how it's going to play out and how this thing is going to land.
I know what
the system may be completely fractured to the point where we have to make another system when this is over. But I'm talking about the people responsible.
But this is what I'm saying. You're saying that's what I meant by the system, right? Yeah, it was just you're saying that those people responsible will be held accountable. That requires a working system in order to do that.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The pitchforks are already out, kids.
Well, you want to do it legally by the system, or you want to do it, vigilante style?
It won't even matter at that. Once that happens, the pitchforks are already out. They're out now, but it'll just get worse. So ain't nobody worrying about the thing about what's happening right now. We're seeing so much injustice. People that should be in prison for the rest of their lives, walking away, getting away with all kinds of heinous crimes against children and all this kind of stuff, just walking free. Nobody trusts that shit no more. That's why the pitchforks are out. And that's why the pitchforks are going to work. Because they ain't going to let it get to that point. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's going to come to a head. How long it will be, what that will look like, I don't know. But guess what? They start with pads on Monday. Happy distractions.
Yeah.
All right. God. I'll tell you what. You know what? There's only one way, and I had a plan for how to go about doing this last part of the show, and I was going to go somewhere, but there's only one good way to do this right now at this point. You guys are going to see. Take off, fellas. I know everybody saw this.
Yeah, let's see. What are we looking at? Remember the Titans, starring Denzel Washington's among others. What wasn't this a true story based on, football team
That's a good question.
that I think they were unalived in like a plane crash or bus crash or something, and so this was the
No, that's We
year
Are Marshall.
after that.
That's We Are Marshall.
Oh, my bad. All right, I get those confused. All right, this is the one where with Black Scrubs and Sunshine and I'm your brother, weak side, strong side. That was this one, right?
One of the star players gets into the car accident, messes
Yeah,
his
the
leg.
linebacker, the white kid.
Yeah. Now
Yeah,
you
and then he yells at the nurse when he was in the hospital. When the game was on, and then when the black kid came to visit him, he's like, "Don't you recognize him? That's my brother." And then he was kissing his racist mama because she wasn't racist no more. And so basically, the Titans came together, and it was a racial divide. Yeah, that's it. It was like two schools came together, like a poor black school and a white school or something. There was some kind of intermingling that was unnatural, but it worked. It was perfection. It wasn't fun. It was perfection.
You know what I took from this movie? This movie was a perfect illustration of when we start talking about race in the world today, not just in America, anywhere in the world where people that don't look like each other are intermingling and assimilating with each other. And you got all the differences and divisions that go on in everyday life for whatever fucking reason that keeps going on for. This is the true. What I took from this is what I took from football, and that is team sports produced something in me that made me so much more inclusive and so much more understanding. And I know it made a whole bunch of other, let's just say, white people who didn't really have a whole lot of experience with a whole bunch of black people that came from places that didn't have to assimilate with black people, little bitty hick towns. Now all of a sudden you thrust in this environment where you got all these people from, literally in college from all over the world. It didn't start happening just in college. It started happening in freaking junior high for me. It is the story of what football can do for the better of just team sports can do for the better of mankind. You know what I mean? It is a powerful movie that way to me. Maybe that's just my interpretation of it because of the things I went through and seen. But this is how I took it. It's like, yeah, this is perfect for what it's like. I can remember times when we didn't get along at all. It's like you white motherfucker, you black motherfucker kind of attitudes. Even though nobody said that to each other, you can see it. But what team sports and team dynamics bring to the table is you find common ground because it forces you to. It forces you to, literally. If we're going to go chase this thing, we got to understand something. We all got to understand this one thing. And we all got to go through it. So ain't no need in everybody looking at each other like you some other. Because if we got to do that, let's go ahead and get this out the way right now. We'll clear the locker room out. We're going to bust this shit down right now. And that happened. My college years and my high school years. Had to bust it down. And when that bust down get done happening, you understand me now? Had to happen. Yep, we doing the same thing. That's what this movie means to me. But it had a lot of other, pieces of the string that, there's a lot of stuff that went on in this movie that I can really, really relate to.
Right. It's just the cast, a lot of young, actors and actresses at the time, Ryan Gosling, Wood Harris, and then Denzel's assistant coach, the defensive coordinator, Will Patton, Black Scrubs, Donald Faison, Kate Bosworth. And they were young at the time, high school age. And the racial tension that was going on and animosities and just that unification of being on the same team, striving for the same goal, against the same opponents. And, when one of the coaches did some kind of monkey thing toward the Denzel's character, and Denzel gave him, a banana after the game after he kicked his ass. Is like what? And so the way that he addressed the racism, he kind of kept it under control for the benefit of his team. And so it's like, yeah, we realize racism is here, and we are going to ignore it, but we can't ignore it. But we're not going to let it be detrimental to what we're trying to do. And then now that unification, now they're all on the same side. Whereas, training camp, I don't like that dude. I'm not sitting with that dude. I'm not playing with that dude. And so by the end of the season, that's my brother, for life. And just the way that the sport of football, or all sports in general, can bring people, communities together, that's, part of the beautiful aspects of it.
That's what you should take from this movie. And it is so how you just said that, Trips. It's like, remember I told y'all the story about how I never had a pierogi in my life until I went to college.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy, one of my teammates' moms, came to visit, and she had these couple of pans of pierogies, and I damn near ate the whole pan. He got mad at me, and she told him, "Shut up! I got a whole nother pan out in the car." And me and him, the big offensive lineman, we had the thump, bro. We had the thump. You hate me because I'm black, and that's just from where you came from. That's what you were taught. And I don't give a F about me being black and you not liking me because I'm black. Say one more smart thing to me, I'm going to jump on your big ass. Senior, freshman, I'm the freshman. And he grew to respect me because I wasn't afraid of him. And I dove right on his ass. And after that kerfuffle, the connection happened. And the connection went even further than that. Today, we're still friends. His mom came up. I didn't even know she was in town. He was just like, "Hey, yo, come up to the room. My mom just came in town, man. I want you to meet her." That happened from a battle between teammates. And he gained enough respect from me so that my race wasn't a factor to him no more. I was just his friend. And it went even deeper after that, because we was all chasing the same things and became brothers, like Tris was talking about. So that's how it started. Went to pierogies and meeting mom and all that, and friends for life now. This is what the game can do for you if you see it that way. But you got to buy in. If you're not bought in, you ain't gonna be nothing other than somebody that's on the outskirts of what this thing can provide for you. And you probably ain't gonna make it. You're probably gonna transfer. You probably won't be with that team. But if you stay with this team and you buy into what this coach is dealing out, you ain't got no choice but to find brotherhood. That's the beauty of this movie.
It's so I've watched this once. It bleeds into every other football movie. It's interesting, and I'm trying to find like another arena where it's the same, but I think sports is really the end all be all, where everything else is sort of bullshit and you have to just power forward and focus on the task and the goal at hand. And I'm talking about race relations in this case scenario, really. It puts folks in an interesting capacity where they have to coexist and they have a singular goal, and the only way to achieve that goal is by coming together. There's not a lot of other arenas where that's the case. You could say business, but that's not the case in business. You could say music. Well, music is so segregated that it's not the case in music either,
bro.
Right? I like sports is probably the only arena, and football being probably the primary sport where this is the situation. I would say maybe, like soccer and baseball are close. Football is paramount. It does unite communities, but it also segregates communities, Sam, as far as music is concerned, because music itself has been segregated. So you'll get a community of.
I agree from this standpoint that music.
Mhm.
I think, and I'm gonna tell you this, Samuel, out loud, and I'll stand by this. I think when this is all said and done,
Military.
listen, military as well. That's a good point, Scrolls.
Well done, Scrolls. Yeah.
Listen, I think when this is all said and done, there's a lot of things going on in the world, a lot of through lines in it all. But I think there's one thing that's gonna supersede everything. It's gonna bring everybody back together after all this crazy goes on. And it's what Samuel just got me talking about. Rhythm, music, dance. That's what's gonna there's nothing that can destroy hate other than love.
Yeah, and in this case, it was the love of the Titans, love of football, the love of winning, and the factor that it's like, all right, you get all these different races on the team, but it also showed you in the heat of battle, during the games when emotions are running high, tensions are running high, you get guys that are in pain and tired and hurting, but you still have to have the mental capacity to think and to be in the moment and to be present. And to have a kid say, hey, look, this kid, Petey, he's better than me. Have him take my spot. That's a teammate right there, looking out for the team and not his own personal glory. And then have those lessons, go up into the stands. It's like, well, why is my son, sitting down for, oh, well, they won. Or don't ever do that again. You keep those boys in their place, because you see the other side of it, the ones that don't fall in love and remember, so it's just another reflection of growing up in America, spelled with 3 K's, kids. And it's something that you would think that is like, oh shit, this movie came out 20, 30 years ago. I'm sure we're well beyond those negative social issues. And it's like, no, we've gone, further the other way. Backwards.
So I gotta, kids, only because my girlfriend's birthday started about 20, 25 minutes ago.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I would love to keep talking about this because this is a right now conversation that should be.
If she gets in the shower now, by the time we're done, she'll be ready.
Oh boy, ain't nobody in the shower. Everybody got their shoes and socks on, Trip. So just relax.
All right, so we'll move toward the close. I will just say that there is a couple of discrepancies, although this is based loosely on a true story. So much of what they're referring to, from a timepiece perspective, would have happened in like 1959, as opposed to the 1971 timeframe that they're talking about. In 1971, apparently this team just blew out other teams, and they more or less had amalgamated, integrated the races, if you will, because these teams were all segregated and different, but they'd integrated some. Hey, what's going on, FFG? They'd integrated these teams, a few years before when they're saying that this would have occurred. But in any event, it's a Scrolls. It's a good synopsis and understanding to sort of come to that. It is I'm going to take it sort of the other way. It's almost an unfortunate reality that to really get over the racial divide, you sort of need to have that singular goal and unification in place to ignore that and just plow through and power forward to achieve that goal. I wish there was more areas where, that could be achieved.
Hey, Samo said happy birthday.
Mm.
She said thank you, Samo. But yeah, man, I gotta get out of here, man. But this is man, I can tell y'all so many stories that comes to my mind. Just seeing the name of this movie and thinking about the movie triggers so many stories, both good and bad. You know what I mean? But more good than bad. It started off bad, but what a memory. I mean, you talking about lifetime, man. You know what I mean? That people that's gonna come flock. I got people from all over the country that will flock to me if I just throw up the distress signal. All from that brotherhood. That some of them people hated me at first. I couldn't do nothing about it. Some of them I really did not like. I never hated nobody, but I had strong dislike for a lot of them cats, man. But yeah, but it was literally hate for me, you know what I mean? Because I was so outspoken, so much of an alpha, and I went against the grain so much, being the person I am. And that didn't sit well with a whole lot of people, but paid off in the end, I guess, So I just wanted to wrap this up, man, get up out of here, man. Give you guys a chance to give some shout outs, some thank yous, and whatever you got to say before we roll up out of here. But I do need to go.
All right. Once again, it's been a Wednesday. We extra sauced it up in
Samo's lady's birthday was Monday. Happy birthday, Samo lady.
AC Adams says, go get your dessert. Happy belated to Samo's. Ooh, we got sound effects.
I got some donut glaze on my eyebrows.
That guy does not exist right now. Keep going.
Happy birthday from me and Triple R for sure, to your lady and the Samo's lady. But major big ups to the chat for hanging out with us tonight and making it this far. FFG, always good to have you, man. Sam, AC, the Scrolls is with us tonight. Who else was kicking it with us tonight? Ben Williams. We had
Benji, Mojo Jojo Loco came through.
Yeah. Miguel Goncalves was with us. True Pilgrim. Paul Rodriguez was with us. Tater Tube. Who else was with us? Walmart Willie was with us. We had a good.
Donna Burr came through.
Even Donna Burr was in the building, and he actually cracked a couple of funnies tonight, man. As opposed to being just an annoying Detroit living motherfucker. But outside of that, it was cool, man. We went across the horn, talked Bears football.
You too, Samo, man. Trust me, bro.
Man. We know you'll be back with us here in a couple of weeks, man. So do what you're doing. I'm gonna do what I'm doing, and we will catch up in a couple of weeks and talk some.
Well, so your daughter, she's eating like a 4-piece wing now.
Who?
Extra fries, Samo's little girl.
Oh, Samo's?
She don't need no help now.
She probably powering it down right now.
Because I know she got her molars in there. She's chewing food.
Yeah.
Smash a 2-3 piece, eat all the fries.
Mm-hmm.
Fries gone.
That's where Samo been. He been at work. Yeah,
that food. You gotta feed that baby, man.
She probably eat 2 of them wings and fries gone.
Because remember, when she was a baby, it was like, yeah, you can't deny it because she got your big ass head. And she ain't doing nothing but going into
that. Shout out to T Will, man. Terrence Williams was with us tonight. C Spags as well. Anybody I'm really forgetting out there? Man. Mad love to all you guys for coming through. Leo Factor was with us tonight as well. Joe Archer and Ron Winarski. Big love to all those regular No Maniacs. But man, we went across the board. Talked.
You thought I was bullshitting.
It's a 10-piece chicken nugget to
your mind.
A 10-piece though?
Goddamn filter, man.
You need to put a stop to that.
2 years old.
You need to,
man. Chicken nuggets are delicious.
A 10-piece at
that's a drop right there. We gotta run that back at some point and cut that out. That's a definite drop. Chicken nuggets are delicious. It was perfect. It was perfectly so singled out. We got to use that later on.
A lot of emotion in that statement.
It was. You were dead serious when you said it. So, we got to bring that back.
But as long as she's not eating the French fries with all the dipping sauces, I think she'll be all right.
Oh man,
No,
you just keep your eyes on that little one, man. You keep your eyes on her, Sam. But look, yeah, man, we touched on. Big shout outs to the chef for killing it, unaliving it again tonight. Those are some dangerous pancakes, and I suggest y'all get in and try. Like, real talk, I gotta shut this down too because I now kind of have to make pancakes tomorrow morning. Is really what's got to go down. So we'll see how well that pops off. Either that or waffles. Waffles might be
Fix
good.
your mind, man. You ain't got to do none of that.
Oh, bro, no, I have to because you see, like I'm kind of on like I have 24 hours to be a jerk. Because like once my son gets back here, my son is like he's like what's the word I'm looking for?
Jerk police.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's both of those things. Yeah, I didn't say that.
He's gonna keep you to your diet.
Not only my diet, but I can't smoke. I can't do nothing, man. I'm very much monitored, and so I'm just trying to get it up.
It looks like you got like a son that loves you.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I didn't sign up for all that shit. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like I'm somebody's daddy. I'm not my daddy passed away a long time ago. I don't need that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to go through all that shit.
Let's see, that's the only meat that she eats. The rest is just fruits, vegetables, and occasional turkey breakfast sausage.
Hey Samuel,
they're delicious.
Samuel, I got an autistic nephew that won't eat. He wouldn't eat shit for the longest time, but McDonald's fries. That's all he would eat.
They get like I have a couple of my family, and they get very much like that. They become very like specific, like ultra specific. You know what I mean? And my cousin Brent was exactly the same way when he was. I
was just messing with him one day. I just took him from him because he don't talk, but he do every goddamn thing else. I just walked up to him one day and I snatched him from him. And boy, he lost his shit.
Mm-hmm. They get like I'm telling you. They get like that, man. Don't be messing with them like that, though, man.
Bad things because they don't know what's happening, and then you be like, "I was just joking," and they be like, "Those are my fries."
They may tear a strip off you, by the way.
Yeah,
if you ain't paying attention, because they just don't.
My aunt knocked the shit out of me, though. I know that.
Oh, damn!
What you? Yeah.
Don't think that they'll forget that either, though.
I don't like it. Oh, he'll remember that his whole life.
Mm-hmm. The memory like goddamn elephant.
It's just like next time he sees aunties, that was the other way, man.
That was only a few years ago. That's recent.
I bet you he is not cool with auntie, man.
What is some? I think McDonald's is putting something in the food to get the kids addicted to it for sure. Yeah, that was decades ago.
I'm about them fries, man. Them fries.
That's a whole Samo. That's a whole other show. You need to steer clear of the Golden Arches, man. This that's the best thing I could tell you. I know it's cost effective and fast.
I know. Right.
Good Lord. I'm tired. I ain't got. Let's just pull in here. Couple bucks.
Don't drag them into the deep water, kids. I already know what's about to go.
Right.
We're gonna be here for an hour. So love y'all.
Everybody. Yeah, and like someone said, your nephew gonna kick your ass when he grows up. Remember what you did,
and he should too.
I always do good shit with him too, man. I taught him. I let him barbecue, man, and that he loved me because of that.
Okay.
He's anywhere around the grill. He just standing there gonna wait there.
My turn.
And then you want barbecue? He coming. Here he come. So he just loved that. So I just that one.
He's training a young pyromaniac.
But a shout out to everybody, around the globe. Hope y'all okay in France and Spain. They got wildfires going on over there. Oh, Japan, had earthquake and tsunami warnings, and northwest United States up there, forest fires and such. They got the Kaka River down there in San Diego, with the sewage and the ocean. So it's a weird planet. Mother Nature's doing her thing all around. So everybody take care of yourselves. Plan your meals, your water, your air, all of that stuff. Plan that shit out because it's not guaranteed. And shout out to Chef Trips for coming in with MF in the kitchen the last Wednesday of every month. And those loaded pancakes, I'm gonna have to try to order those myself. I'm just trying to figure out what to load them with because the options are endless. And a big up to him and his channel over there on the YouTube at Chef Trips and his page at sportschicagostyle.com/Shay Trips. And then shout out to everybody else and make sure you subscribe to all three of the networks, the Nomad Network at Cads of Canuck and Triple R SCS, also known as Sports Chicago Style. And let's hope that everybody stays healthy on the team. And we'll be back Sunday night with Nomad at Night to discuss the goings on between now and then, and look forward to the pads on Monday.
Amen to that. That's exactly what we're going to do come Sunday night. It should be, it's going to be they're going to kind of turn it up a notch coming Monday, but later on in this week, you'll probably see a little bit more moving and shaking, probably as far as the lineup goes, who's getting 1 reps, who's getting this, who's getting that. Start hearing reporters come out and tell you some stuff. And, it's going to get people talking. But just remember, they still in underwear, bro. Straight up. Don't even worry about it, man. They still in underwear. It don't matter until they put the pads on. Even when they're thudding at a quarter speed, that ain't really nothing either. When they start going 11 on 11, no holds barred, then we can talk. But until then, man, it's just don't get too wrapped up in the next podcast you see being hyperbolic about he heard this or that. Don't get yourself wrapped up into that. Just not worth it, man. But I thank y'all for being here. We appreciate you all, and I say that for all 3 channels, Sports Chicago Style, Kids of Canuck, and of course here at the Nomad Network. We appreciate y'all for always rocking with us and keeping us alive and well, man, keeping us running, because we only do this for y'all. We do this for y'all. We was you guys in the chat at one point. Now we're here for you guys, and we appreciate you guys for appreciating us. We got to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.